Chapter 1903. What is this place? Tell me everything you know, Shen Songsheng said as he attacked Miao Mingshen again. But even though the killer move was activated, it vanished mysteriously. Shen Songsheng grunted as blood flowed out of his nose. He suffered from the backlash of the killer move. Supreme First Elder, please wait a moment. This place seems to prohibit fighting between each other. If you want to kill, be it killer moves or GU worms, they will fail. But healing yourself is not obstructed, Shen Tan said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Shen Songsheng stared with wide eyes. Shen Tan felt wronged, thinking, wasn't it because you attacked too quickly? Of course, he could not say that. Shen Tan could only lower his head and admit his mistake. Miao Mingshen and the rest let out sighs of relief. They were also healing themselves. When they woke up, they saw the Shen clan GU immortals around them. They attacked without thinking. They suffered a lot of backlash as well. Shen Tan and the rest were not much better off. However, at that time, Shen Songsheng had not woken up yet. Nobody knew if rank 8 GU immortals would still be restricted. It seems that even rank 8 GU immortals cannot defy Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements. Miao Mingshen let out a breath of air. Seeing that Shen Songsheng failed, he was completely at ease. At least, they were safe for now. Shen Songsheng heard the hidden meaning as his eyes shined with bright light. It seems that this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen did not confirm or deny it. Gui Seventh, who was beside him, stared at Tong Hua as he shouted, Tong Hua, you betrayed us. Tong Hua lowered her head and didn't say anything. She looked ashamed. She was standing with Ren Xiaoping now. She was the mole in Miao Mingshen's group. Earlier, when Shen Songsheng activated his killer move and avoided her, many people saw it. At that moment, her identity was exposed. Immortal Hua Dai had a cold expression. Fairy Tong Hua, my lord trusted you so much, he even helped you rebuild your immortal aperture after your tribulation. I've helped you a lot, right? This time, I even invited you to explore the blue dragon whale together, but you actually did something like this, biting the hand that fed you. Why did you betray us? Where is your conscience? Tong Hua wanted to say something but stopped. She looked away and did not look at Miao Mingshen and the rest. Instead, Miao Mingshen sighed and stopped Immortal Hua Dai from making things difficult. I'm afraid Fairy Tong Hua has her own difficulties. Never mind, everyone has their own ambitions. Tong Hua's gaze flickered fiercely. My lord, you are too kind. How can we tolerate such a person? Immortal Hua Dai stomped her foot. Ren Xiaoping laughed coldly. Inciting Tong Hua to defect was his masterpiece. Miao Mingshen, you better understand the current situation. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Tong Hua is a fine bird that chooses a good tree to nest in. If you surrender and hand over all the information, we might be able to spare you. Immortal Hua Dai was furious. This was supposed to be their fortuitous encounter, but it was robbed and threatened by these people. She immediately rolled her eyes and screamed, I'm so scared, quickly attack me, I'm trembling from fear. Shen Songsheng had a cold expression. Ren Xiaoping squinted, his laughter became even colder. Little girl, you have a sharp tongue. Do you think Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods can protect you forever? Once we leave this place and return to Eastern Sea, which one of you will be Lord Shen Songsheng's match? Even here, are Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements truly flawless and flawless? Immortal Hua Dai's expression froze. Miao Mingshen and the rest also had grim expressions, especially Zheng Luozi. He looked at Shen Songsheng with a trace of fear. After all, he was killed by Shen Songsheng in one move. It is not certain who will win or lose yet. Let's go. Miao Mingshen did not want to argue. He turned around and left the beach. This person can uncover the profundity of the blue dragon whale. He definitely knows more than us. Let's follow him, Shen Songsheng quickly ordered. Since they could not make a move now, they would follow Miao Mingshen and the rest. That would not be wrong. The two groups of people walked forward in silence, one in front of the other. Soon, they walked out of the beach and arrived at a dense forest. The trees here are strange. There is a heart-shaped empty space in the middle of each leaf. Immortal Hua Dai said in confusion. This tree is just an ordinary tree. After Feng Jiang checked it, he stretched out his hand and touched the tree trunk. With a muffled bang, the entire tree that he was caressing collapsed and broke into piles of wood powder. What happened? The immortals sensed the commotion and quickly gathered. This is not an ordinary tree, it is a rank 7 immortal plant cloud ladder tree. Shen Tsongsheng looked and said solemnly. They also came over. Seeing this rank 8 GU immortal standing beside them, Miao Mingshen and the rest felt their hearts tighten, but they slowly relaxed. Gui Qiyi smiled coldly, saying proudly, "Old Shen, are you bullying us because we do not know? I know about cloud ladder trees. This tree has dense wood path and cloud path Dao marks. It grows 10 inches every 100 years, 10 inches is 1 step. How can this be a cloud ladder tree? Such a tall tree, if it is a cloud ladder tree, it has to have at least 100 steps. That means it is at least 10,000 years old. A 10,000-year-old cloud ladder tree? He. But Shen Tsongsheng had a calm expression. This is a cloud ladder tree. You only know one thing, you do not know the other. Cloud ladder trees are rank 7 immortal materials, but 10,000-year-old cloud ladder trees will grow rank 8 immortal material cloud ladder leaf hearts. Once the cloud ladder leaf hearts are all taken, the cloud ladder tree will turn into wood dregs and become an ordinary GU material. Gui Qiyi was stunned for a moment, then he sneered again and pointed to the front. Then according to what you said, this vast forest is filled with cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old? Hihi, what a joke. Shen Tsongsheng nodded. The cloud ladder tree is indeed rare, but this forest is not full of such rare trees. But at the very least, this one should be a cloud ladder tree. Shen Tsongsheng was very certain, but Gui Qiyi insisted on his opinion. He pointed at a nearby tree that was still intact. Then according to Master Shen Tsongsheng, this tree, oh, and that tree are all cloud ladder trees that are tens of thousands of years old. Haha, look, there are heart-shaped blanks on their leaves. So many cloud ladder trees, how many rank 8 immortal materials do they represent? Cloud ladder leaf hearts? Wasn't this so-called rank 8 immortal material a little too much? What is the difference between them and the cabbages in a farmer's field? The immortals' gazes gathered on Shen Tsongsheng's face. Shen Tsongsheng's expression had a subtle change. On this island, all sorts of investigative methods were not useful, but he was gradually able to sense the surroundings. He walked a few steps and patted the tree trunks. The cloud ladder trees that were touched by him crumbled into pieces. Shen Tsongsheng sucked in a breath of cold air, saying to his subordinates, "These are all cloud ladder trees, but all the cloud ladder leaf hearts on their leaves have been taken away. These are rank 8 immortal materials, they are very valuable, quickly go and see if there are any left." Shen Clan's GU immortals naturally trusted Shen Tsongsheng. Even if Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua were skeptical, they could only obey and disperse in order to save face. In the end, the cloud ladder trees were all destroyed. The immortals could not find a single cloud ladder leaf heart no matter how hard they tried. The entire forest was made of cloud ladder trees, but there were no living trees left. Even when Shen Tsongsheng walked out of this dead forest, he could not help but be suspicious. Are these really cloud ladder trees? If they are, aren't there too many of them? The immortals walked out of the forest and saw a yellow land. Dust rose as the wind blew. Desolate land. This was everyone's first impression. There seems to be the aura of clear wind grass stems in the air. Shen Tsongsheng sniffed as he squatted on the ground and swept away the dust. Small holes were revealed in the dust. Shen Tsongsheng's expression changed slightly. This time, Zheng Luozi also recognized the peculiarity. He gasped. This place was probably filled with clear wind grass stems in the past. I have smelled the fragrance of clear wind grass stems. This is the smell. The holes here are as big as fists. The walls are smooth and round. This is the effect of the roots of clear wind grass stems. Miao Mingshen was shocked. Clear wind grass stems are rank 7 immortal materials. According to what you said, this place is filled with holes. There used to be a patch of clear wind grass stems in the past. Even though it is unimaginable, don't forget, we are inside the blue dragon whale. This is the location of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai's words were like a huge rock that smashed into the hearts of the immortals. Shen Tsongsheng frowned deeply. He suddenly looked at Miao Mingshen and asked, "Why is there someone missing in your group?" Miao Ming-shen was shocked. No wonder he felt something amiss earlier. Now that he was reminded, he realized, that's right, someone was missing. Chu Ying is not here. Feng Jiang said solemnly. Where did he go? Speaking of which, he died quite quickly. He should have been brought here long ago. Could it be that he woke up ahead of time and even gathered all the immortal materials here? The immortals were astute people. Because of the tense atmosphere earlier and the exploration of the island, they did not think about it. Once they started discussing, everyone became anxious. Shen Songsheng did not care about following Miao Ming-shen anymore. He started to move forward. Miao Ming-shen hesitated for a moment before following. The immortals soon arrived at a huge pit. This pit was more than 10 li in circumference and hundreds of feet deep. There was some debris in the pit. Tu Tuor picked up the debris and looked at it, shouting loudly, Heavens! This is the rank 7 immortal material rooster iron. Which bastard dug it away and only left behind these debris? Tu Tuor stared with wide eyes as he shouted loudly. Rooster iron is definitely an open iron mine. The rooster sings and the world turns white. With such a large amount of rooster iron, when the wind blows, it will vibrate and eventually produce the rank 8 immortal material world white snow iron. Shen Songsheng's voice was cold. We need to find that Chu Ying quickly. The immortals became anxious. The immortal materials in front of them were likely dug away by Chu Ying. They had to find him. Chapter 1904. The receiving island was not big. The immortals could not explore it and gain nothing. They quickly gathered at the center of the island. At the center of the island, they made a shocking discovery. There was a towering stele, its entire body seemingly made of gold, emitting a soft, crystalline glow. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Merit Obelisk. Words appeared on the surface of the Merit Obelisk, introducing this receiving island as well as the details of Paradise Earth's true inheritance. To obtain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, one had to accept the missions on the obelisk and obtain merit points after completing them. The more merit points they had, the more valuable the items they could exchange for. If they did not accept this condition, the GU Immortals could only stay on this island. They could not leave or go to other places in the Grotto Heaven world. Of course, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was merciful. He would not let these people come for nothing. The immortal materials on the island were specially prepared for them. They could split them among themselves. 300 days later, everyone would be transported out. The immortals gasped. There are really immortal materials on the island. Those cloud ladder leaf hearts, clear wind grass stalks, rooster iron and others are not fake. They were all taken away. Damn it, they really plundered everything thoroughly. They did not leave anything for us. I'm afraid it is that Chu Ying. Where is Chu Ying? Why is he nowhere to be seen? I found Chu Ying. Immortal Hua Dai suddenly shouted. The immortals quickly went to her side and went to the other side of the Merit Obelisk. Following the direction of Immortal Hua Dai's finger, they saw words appearing on the obelisk. Merit Board Chu Ying, 82 merit points. Other than Chu Ying, there was no one else. This lad. Ren Xiaoping gritted his teeth. Right at this time, Chu Ying's merit points jumped again, from 82 to 93. Next, the merit obelisk flashed. The immortals quickly took a few steps back. The light figure quickly dissipated, revealing Fang Yuan. Chu Ying. Feng Jiang shouted. You're finally willing to appear. Tu Tuor's eyes were completely red. He thought back to the enormous rooster iron pit. Oh, you're awake. Fang Yuan nodded at them, his expression calm. Hey, what kind of attitude is that? Shen Tan was furious. Fang Yuan's indifferent attitude made the immortals furious. Shen Songsheng took a step forward with a cold expression and an oppressive imposing aura. Speak, did you take away all the immortal materials on the island? Who else could it be other than me? Fang Yuan asked back. He was indifferent to Shen Songsheng's imposing manner. He then walked to the other side of the merit stele and browsed through the various missions on the stele. The immortals widened their eyes in anger. This kid, eating alone, and still being so arrogant. Ren Xiaoping said eerily, we have seen the words on the obelisk. The immortal materials on this island were arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. he left them for everyone. Chu Ying, isn't it too much for you to take everything by yourself? You need to give us an explanation. Fang Yuan did not even look at him. He placed his palm on the obelisk and accepted another mission. Swoosh. White light flashed as he vanished. The immortals were stunned. Shun Qi shouted in anger, "This kid! Where did this kid come from? He does not care about us or Lord Shen Tsongsheng at all." Ren Xiaoping said with an ashen expression and a cold voice. "After we go out, investigate his identity." Shen Tsongsheng was a rank 8 after all, the leader of Shen clan. He calmed down and imitated Fang Yuan, approaching the merit steely. "The reason why Chu Ying is so fearless is because he is relying on the fact that I can't do anything to him in this paradise." Shen Tsongsheng thought to himself, "Chu Ying is just a rank 7, he is a lone immortal, I will be able to deal with him sooner or later. The most important thing now is this merit steely." Fang Yuan's earlier actions had undoubtedly set a good example for the immortals present. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen's group came to the steely and were hesitant. They split the immortal materials and resources on the island before coming back to accept the mission. But in this life, Fang Yuan had woken up in advance. He had already made his move and ransacked the island. Only this merit steely appeared in front of the immortals. There were many missions on the merit steely. Help the mermen in South Sea City collect the golden lotuses in the Silver Lake. Round Fish Island was dry, they needed to build wells. 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. Shepherd Flute tribe encountered a fog, they needed to be guided out. Shu Xia Mountain's spirit spring had a problem, it needed to be dealt with. The GU immortals were dazed as they watched. Like in the previous life, they encountered the same predicament. These missions only had names, they did not have detailed descriptions. The GU immortals could not find out the actual content. For example, this mission, 3 Patterns tribe lacked herbs, plague was spreading, they needed a lot of herbs. What kind of force was 3 Patterns tribe? Were there GU immortals? Were they an ordinary force or a super force? Plague was spreading, what kind of plague was it? After all, there were many plagues that even rank 8 GU immortals did not dare to touch. They needed a lot of herbs. What kind of herbs? Immortal materials? How could they obtain them? No one knew these. There was only one sentence on the merit steely. The immortals were completely at a loss. Does that Chu Ying know something? Someone muttered. The immortals were silent, their hatred and suspicions towards Fang Yuan deepened. Even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was known for his kindness, this was an unfamiliar environment. Even the rank 8 Shen Tsongsheng was forbidden from killing, the GU immortals had to be vigilant. Looking at the rewards on the merit steely, a large number of immortal materials and immortal GU could be exchanged with merit point. Of course, there were also some strange and peculiar things. For example, some vague titles, or some mortal GU. Shen Tsongsheng saw a rank 5 mortal GU, it was called Kindness GU. This was the first time he had seen such a GU worm. To exchange for 1 kindness GU, 50 merit points were needed, it was the most expensive mortal GU. But the merit steely did not describe the specific use of this GU worm, Shen Tsongsheng did not know either. However, to be placed here by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there had to be something special about it. The immortals discussed for a while, it seemed that they could only gain true knowledge through practice. With Shen Tsongsheng taking the lead, everyone walked up to the steely and accepted their missions. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and Miao Mingshen's group of 8 came to the merit steely, only 10 missions appeared at once. But in this life, it seemed that because there were more people coming, the number of quests had increased correspondingly. There were many missions, they were all accepted. Because they did not know anything, there was no fighting over the missions. The mission that Shen Tsongsheng accepted was, Round Fish Island has a drought, we need to build wells. Light flashed, at the next moment, he was transported to a desert. Shen Tsongsheng's pupils shrunk. He was a rank 8 GU immortal with dense Dao marks, he could not be transported using ordinary methods. But when he was teleported here, he couldn't stop it at all. A vast and ingenious power instantly brought him here. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Shen Songsheng sighed inwardly. He looked around and used his investigative killer move to cover the surroundings. Shen Songsheng immediately sensed something different. Oh, my investigative killer move can be used normally here. It is not like the receiving island earlier. Tens of li away from him, there was a small village in the desert. Shen Songsheng stood on the spot. His ears moved as he heard the conversations of the villagers. A moment later, he confirmed that he was on Round Fish Island. This island was huge, there were many villages, but the vegetation had dwindled decades ago. It was getting sparser now. The desert had already engulfed the few villages. Mortals and GU masters lived in the villages. Their lives were getting harder. This means, I need to build wells near these villages. After finding out the situation, Shen Songsheng let out a breath of air. He relaxed. This mission was much easier than he had expected. Because they were all mortal level, there were no GU immortals involved. Even if it involved immortals, he was a rank 8 sound path great expert. He should be able to deal with most situations. Shen Songsheng thought of Fang Yuan. He muttered to himself, that Chu Ying only has rank 7 cultivation level, but he accumulated 93 merit points so quickly. Using this, he should be able to complete those missions easily. After understanding the situation, Shen Songsheng was not in a hurry to make a move. There were many things he needed to test. For example, if he ignored this mission, could he fly out of this place? Could he communicate with the outside world? How many methods did he have left to use? Shen Songsheng did not interact with those mortals. He used sound path methods to dig wells around these villages. The desertification here was very severe. Shen Songsheng had to dig for a long time before he found some shallow underground water. He surrounded this underground water and created deep wells. After thinking about it, he used his method to reinforce the walls of the wells. In the end, they even covered the wells with thatched pavilions. To think that I would have to do such manual labor one day. Shen Songsheng smiled. He built over 30 wells in total. The mission was not difficult for a rank 8 GU immortal like him. During the process, Shen Songsheng tried many things. He found out a lot of information about this paradise. For example, he could not leave the mission area. He could only move around this desolate Round Fish Island. Another example was the communication restriction, not to mention dual yellow skies. He could not even send messages to his companions like Shen Tan and Shen Qi. Another example was that he could not kill ordinary villagers. All his offensive methods would fail and he would suffer backlash. But his immortal aperture could be opened. Shen Songsheng could take things out of his immortal aperture, but he could not casually take the things on Round Fish Island into his immortal aperture. Shen Songsheng also gathered information from these mortals. Some of them had entered and left Round Fish Island. They had gone out to sea. In the past, there had been fights in a few villages and lives had been lost. All in all, the natives of Dragon Whale Paradise had a lot of freedom, but the GU immortals who came to take missions were strictly restricted. Chapter 1905. After completing the mission, Shen Songsheng chanted return as he teleported back to the starting island. The merit obelisk was right beside him. He looked at the obelisk. On the merit ranking board, he saw his name, Shen Songsheng, 9 merit points. Shen Songsheng frowned slightly. Completing a mission only gave him 9 merit points. This was too little. It was out of Shen Songsheng's expectations. At this rate, doesn't that mean that Chu Ying had already taken 10 or so missions before I came? Thinking of this, Shen Songsheng frowned even more. He looked at the rewards and his heart turned cold. Those immortal GU and immortal materials that he wanted, any one of them was worth more than 10,000 merit point. Also, immortal GU are unique. If others exchange for them before me, I will not have a chance anymore. Right now, Chu Ying is so far ahead, I need to quicken my pace and catch up to him. As a rank 8, Shen Songsheng felt a sense of urgency. The others were even more so. First Elder. Shen Tan walked over and welcomed Shen Songsheng. Even though he had completed his mission earlier, he was not in a hurry to complete the second one. He chose to wait under the obelisk. In fact, before the first teleportation, the immortals had agreed to communicate with each other after completing the mission. Shen Songsheng, Shen Tan, Shen Qi, Shen Xiao, Shen Nai He, Ren Xiuping, and Tong Hua were one group, while Miao Ming Shen, Fengjiang, Immortal Hua Dai, Gui Qiyi, Tu Tu Tuor, and Zheng Luozi were the second group. The two sides were clearly separated. It was obvious that Shen Songsheng's group was much more powerful. But in a special environment like Paradise Earth, they could not attack Miao Mingshen's group, they could only watch as they united. There is always a way out. Everyone, this is a peerless opportunity. As long as we grab hold of it, we will have a higher chance of facing Shen Songsheng in the future. We need to work hard together. Only by being united can we have hope. Otherwise, if we fight alone, we will not survive. Miao Mingshen encouraged the surrounding Jiyu immortals. Zheng Luozi, Tu Tu Tuor and the others nodded in agreement. The pressure on them was far greater than that of Shen Songsheng, so they were even more anxious to complete the mission and improve their strength. Even if they were safe in the Dragon Whale Paradise, when they teleported out 300 days later, they would have to face Shen Songsheng. Tell me, what did you discover? Miao Mingshen said. Everyone spoke of their results in full detail. They did not hide anything and even had their own guesses. Everyone's discovery was similar to Shen Songsheng's. Miao Mingshen concluded, Paradise Earth's restriction on us can be seen as a kind of protection for us. At least for the time being, Shen Songsheng cannot harm us. After all of us complete the mission, the maximum amount of merit points we'll get is 9, no more than 10. It seems like the reward for each mission is between 1 to 10. But I have a feeling that this merit obelisk will undergo even more changes in the future. Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuor looked at each other. Zheng Luozi hesitated for a moment before asking, Brother Miao, since you can sense the location of the blue dragon whale and bring us back, are you completely unfamiliar with this place? Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly. Brother Zheng, Brother Tu, if I say that I can sense the location of the blue dragon whale for some reason, will you believe me? Several years ago, information about the blue dragon whale began to appear in my mind inexplicably, but at first, the information was very vague and fragmented. It was only recently that I pieced it together, allowing me to understand that the blue dragon whale was calling me. If I really knew about these arrangements and had a shortcut, would I not use them? Would I wait to be threatened by Shen Songsheng? When I was being chased outside, if I knew it was an illusion, I would have killed myself already. Both of you, this is the truth, I am not lying. Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuor looked at Miao Mingshen's sincere expression and nodded. We believe you. Gui Qiyi suddenly said, speaking of which, I thought of something. Previously, when he was being chased in the sea, Chu Ying saw that he was about to be attacked by the sound blades, but he suddenly increased his speed and crashed into an immemorial thunder phoenix, then was struck to death by lightning. That's right, I saw it too. Feng Jiang agreed. Seeking death, it is really strange, it seems that Chu Ying really knows some inside information. Tu Tu Tuor's eyes flashed. Previously, Fang Yuan did not know that dying in Shen Songsheng's hands would also lead him here. To be safe, he chose to die the way he did in his previous life. This way, there was a flaw. Just like how Shen Songsheng's sound blades avoided Tong Hua. Miao Mingshen's group discovered Chu Ying's flaw, Shen Songsheng's group did the same. Miao Mingshen. At this time, Shen Tan walked at the front and approached Miao Mingshen's group. Behind Shen Tan were Shen Songsheng's group and Ren Xiaoping's group. Everyone, don't be nervous. Shen Tan smiled. We are not here to find trouble with you, we are here to seek cooperation. Cooperation? You guys are really thick-skinned. Who was chasing us earlier? Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai were indignant. Miao Mingshen stopped them and looked at Shen Songsheng. Shen Songsheng nodded slightly and said indifferently, that is exactly what I mean. Just now, it was indeed me who attacked and wanted to kill all of you. However, if all of you put yourselves in my shoes, would you have let me go if you were me? It is not that I do not want to kill you, but with the current situation, I can only cooperate with you. I guarantee with the Shen family's reputation that even if we leave this dragon whale paradise in the future, we will not harm you and will let you go. And everyone, you need to tell me everything you know in full detail. Shen family's reputation. Miao Mingshen pondered. The Jiyu immortals around him also had slightly moved expressions. Shen Songsheng was Shen family's first supreme elder, he was a righteous path person, his words carried enormous weight. Right now, he was using the entire Shen family's reputation as a guarantee. He was very trustworthy. Of course, the safest method was to sign an alliance agreement. Zheng Luozi and Shen Nai he were both rank 7 information path GU immortals, but they could not use their alliance agreement method. It was restricted by this paradise. Think about it, this is your only chance. If you miss it, don't regret it after leaving Dragon Whale Paradise. Shen Tan smiled and threatened. Miao Ming Shen and the rest were silent. The Merit Obelisk had already said that they would only stay here for 300 days. Once the time was up, they would be transported out. By then, they might have to face Shen Tsongsheng. Shen Tsongsheng's guarantee was not safe, he could go back on it. But this concerned their lives. Miao Ming Shen and the rest would not let go of any possibility of survival. Miao Ming Shen suddenly smiled, nodding, I accept. I will cooperate with you, I will tell you everything I know. Shen Tsongsheng also smiled, good, a wise man submits to circumstances. I will let you live, speak. Miao Ming Shen smiled bitterly, actually, there is nothing much to say. He repeated what he had said to Tu Tu Tuor and Zheng Luozi. Shen Tan was furious, you say you don't know anything? Who are you trying to fool? Or do you think our Shen family is easy to fool? Shen Tsongsheng, however, showed a pondering expression. He felt that Miao Ming Shen's words were likely to be true. Lies could be made, but actions could not deceive others. On the way here, Miao Ming Shen's actions were deeply imprinted in Shen Tsongsheng's mind. Looking at him, he did not seem to have any understanding of Dragon Whale Paradise. Gui Chiyi interrupted, we analyzed it earlier, we feel that Chu Ying is very suspicious. He might really know some inside information. The immortal's eyes shined with bright light. Ren Xiaoping smiled coldly, is there a need to say that? That lad sought death earlier, he came here and woke up first, taking away all the immortal materials on the island. Look at the merit obelisk, his merit points are already close to 100, eh? Ren Xiaoping's voice froze. Right at this time, white light flashed, Fang Yuan was transported back again. His mission was completed, the merit points on the obelisk truly broke through 100, rising to 102. The immortals gathered together, looking at Fang Yuan who was below the obelisk. We were just talking about you, and you appeared. Fang Yuan also glanced at the immortals. Oh, the atmosphere was quite good. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised but not surprised. GU immortals were all geniuses that were one in a million. These GU immortals had sharp minds, they knew that if they split up, there would be harm, but if they worked together, there would be benefits. As long as Shen Tsongsheng put down his arrogance, and Miao Ming Shen and the rest were worried about their future, it was not strange for them to cooperate reluctantly. Shen Tan smiled, he walked over and approached Fang Yuan, brother Chu Ying. He took the initiative to greet him, his attitude was much warmer than towards Miao Ming Shen. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan's value was clearly much higher than Miao Ming Shen's. However, before he could even open his mouth to offer his recruitment, scram. Fang Yuan took a glance at Shen Tan before turning around. Shen Tan's smile froze, his eyes started to twitch as his anger rose, he was about to shout when someone patted his shoulder. It was Shen Tsongsheng. Shen Tan immediately quieted down, he did not dare to act up on the spot, he suppressed his anger and stared at Fang Yuan. Little brother. Shen Tsongsheng chuckled, we can work together, scram. Fang Yuan said one word in a plain tone, he interrupted Shen Tsongsheng's words. Everyone went silent. Shen Tsongsheng's eyes opened wide, he was stunned by the scolding. How long had it been? No one had ever scolded him like this. He was Shen Clan's first supreme elder, an Eastern Sea rank 8 great expert, who dared to scold him like this? Even if there were any grudges between them and existences like Song Qi Yuan, they would still maintain their poise with each other. But Fang Yuan scolded him like this. It was plain, crisp and crisp. Miao Ming Shen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan's back in shock. This is a rank 8 GU immortal, Shen Clan's first supreme elder. Do you need to be so rash? If you don't give in now, what will you do when we teleport out 300 days later? At once, everyone did not know if they should admire Chu Ying's courage or laugh at his stupidity. After scolding him, Fang Yuan disappeared, he took another mission and teleported out. The remaining GU immortals were still standing, looking at the empty merit obelisk in a daze. Shen Songsheng suddenly laughed lightly, breaking the silence. This Chu Ying is quite courageous. This old man also hopes that after he goes out, he will also have this kind of courage. He was smiling, but his eyes were shining with anger. He was clearly filled with killing intent. Miao Mingshen, who is this Chu Ying? Where is he staying? Shen Tan turned around and asked. His attitude was so overbearing. Gui Chiyi and the rest were unhappy. They stared at him angrily. Miao Mingshen sighed deeply, shrugging. If I tell you that I do not know his origin, would you believe me? Hee hee. Shen Tan's lips twitched. He laughed dryly. His expression said it all. Who are you lying to? If you do not know Chu Ying's background, would you invite him to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance? Oh Chu Ying, I am about to die because of you. Miao Mingshen smiled bitterly in his heart, but he was not willing to give in. He pushed the blame to Ren Xiaoping. The reason why I trust Chu Ying is because of Ren Xiaoping. Brother Ren, tell us, is there a need to hide it now? Miao Mingshen's words made the immortals look at Ren Xiaoping with heated gazes. Ren Xiaoping's heart shook, he felt immense pressure, he had to tell them everything he knew. The immortals finally understood the whole story. Miao Mingshen explained, actually, I have not interacted with Chu Ying for a long time, I only invited him to an auction. Back then, Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tuor were there too. Shen Songsheng turned his questioning gaze to the two of them. Tong Hua and Tu Tu Tuor spoke one after another, saying everything they knew. Shen Songsheng frowned after listening to the whole round. Even though there was a lot of information, it was useless. What he knew was already known, what he did not know was still unknown. There was no way to find out. Chapter 1906. Light flashed. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared on a small island. I am here again. Fang Yuan smiled. The mission he took this time was to come to this island and collect earth trench black oil from the nearby sea. This was the first mission he took when exploring Dragon Whale Paradise in his previous life. He was very familiar with it. This life's Dragon Whale Paradise has many changes compared to the previous life. Not only did the blue dragon whale's location change, the number of participating GU immortals has also increased, the mission content and number have also changed. I completed more than 10 missions before this black oil mission appeared. In his previous life, he had relied on this mission to save the mermaid girl Xia Lin, using her as a chess piece to go to Merman City to compete for the Saintess position. He then followed the clues and went to Regret Crying Sea to obtain Regret GU. Once Regret GU flew into his hands, the Venerable method instantly activated and brought Fang Yuan back to the Stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. Because of this, Fang Yuan was able to bypass the Celestial Court's obstruction and successfully inherit a Red Lotus true inheritance. But after rebirth, Fang Yuan made an even better plan. In the battle in the River of Time, Fang Yuan destroyed the 6 immortal GU houses of the Celestial Court. He destroyed the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation and killed a large number of GU immortals. Only 9 Spiritual Fairy and Feng Joga managed to escape. As the price, that Stone Lotus Island was destroyed as well. Without the Stone Lotus Island, the Venerable method on Regret GU could not be used. This time, Fang Yuan intended to take down this Dragon Whale Paradise. Getting Regret GU was only one of his goals. The entire island was exposed to Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. There were no secrets at all. The island was very ordinary. There were not many resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with a low-quality spirit spring. There were a few GU masters among the villagers, but most were mortals. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to enter the fishing village. He dived into the sea. In the sea, there was a group of weaving sea spiders hunting. Fang Yuan went around them and went deeper. When he got close to the earth trench, he saw a group of seashell sharks patrolling nearby. Fang Yuan had great strength, but he did not want to attack for no reason. He concealed himself and went to the black oil. Black oil was an immortal material. It was very threatening to GU masters. Once they were stained by the black oil, some food path Dao marks would be engraved on the GU master's body. This was often a fatal problem for GU masters. On one hand, Because different Dao marks repelled each other, the oil-harvesting GU masters would fall sharply. There were simply too few food path oil-harvesting GU masters. On the other hand, GU masters had mortal bodies. As time passed, they would find it hard to endure the corrosion of the black oil. They were almost stationary, but if one looked closely, they would not be able to resist. But if one looked closely, one would find that they were moving slowly in the sea. Bai! Fang Yuan activated his method, and wherever he went, the black oil flowed like water, spreading everywhere. I remember it was here. Fang Yuan separated a lump of black oil but did not find the previous life's blue-scaled mermaid, Xia Lin. Maybe because of his rebirth, Xia Lin's situation changed. She was not trapped here. Perhaps with his rebirth, Xia Lin's fate had changed and she was not trapped here. After all, compared to my previous life, this is several days earlier. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up. He used his method to scatter all the nearby black oil. Fang Yuan thought about it. He did not give up immediately. He used his method to scatter all of the nearby black oil. The black oil contained many things, such as the bones of many sea beasts, oars, and so on. Her face was not similar to Xiahan Mo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. Her face was not similar to Xiahan Mo, but her aura was very similar. A complex light flashed past Fang Yuan's eyes. Xia Lin was saved. Her eyelids twitched. She barely opened her eyes. After receiving treatment, Xia Lin's eyelids twitched and she barely opened her eyes. When she woke up, she found that she was lying in a puddle. The sky was high and the sea was vast. It was a sunny day. The sky was high and the sea was wide. It was a sunny day. The leaves of several trees cast a thick shadow. It was like a parasol that covered her whole body. The breeze was like a lover's gentle hand. It made Xia Lin feel comfortable. Didn't I get devoured because I was collecting the black oil? Xia Lin's memories surfaced. Oh right, I seem to have been saved. I saw a blurry white figure at the bottom of the sea. Her body was still weak. Xia Lin barely got up. She looked around and did not see anyone. Who saved me? She was confused. She looked down and saw the puddle she was lying in. There was a puddle of clear water in the puddle. It was so clear that the bottom could be seen. Her blue-scaled fishtail shone brightly in the water. This must be benefactor's arrangement. Xia Lin thought. A warm feeling rose in her heart. This water was not seawater. It was the most suitable for a weak merman. You're awake. At this moment, the leaves were pushed aside and Fang Yuan walked in. Did you save me? Xia Lin stared with wide eyes. Looking at the white-clothed Fang Yuan, she felt a trace of familiarity. You are lucky. I found you coincidentally. Fang Yuan smiled. Xia Lin was extremely grateful. She was about to stand up and thank him, but Fang Yuan stopped her. You are still too weak now. Eat. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand. A green wind flew to the top of the tree and plucked a coconut-like fruit. The green wind carried the fruit and flew to Xia Lin. The green wind was like a pair of scissors. It opened the shell and revealed the red flesh that was as tender as a pomegranate. Xia Lin took a small piece and put it in her mouth. The flesh was tender and juicy. It rolled down her dry throat and into her stomach, giving off a warm feeling. It was extremely delicious. Xia Lin's eyes instantly lit up. Her stomach was rumbling with hunger. She quickly took out a few more pieces and stuffed them into her mouth, swallowing them whole. So delicious. She could not help but exclaim. Then she saw Fang Yuan staring at her with a gentle gaze. Her face immediately blushed as she stammered. May I ask for benefactor's name? Xia Lin will definitely repay you for saving my life. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. It was nothing. Don't worry about it. Stay away from the black oil. It is very dangerous there. You met me coincidentally this time. Xia Lin's expression dimmed. She owed a huge debt for her grandfather's funeral. She had to take the risk to collect black oil to repay the debt. But to think that she could not collect the black oil, she almost lost her life. But even if I survive, I will be corroded by the black oil. I won't be able to live for long. Sigh, how can I repay my debt? How can I repay my benefactor? Xia Lin had a kind nature. She could not help but feel troubled. At this time, Fang Yuan's gentle voice resounded in her ears. Oh, right. You were once corroded by the black oil, but it is fine. I've treated all the injuries on your body. There aren't any sequelae. Ah. Xia Lin was shocked. She stared at Fang Yuan in a daze. This GU master in front of her could actually heal the injuries caused by the black oil. This was truly incredible. Fang Yuan nodded at her. Little girl, you are still young, don't let your imagination run wild. You still have a long journey ahead of you in life. Eat some more, after you recover your strength, follow me. I'm here because I have something to do. Oh. Xia Lin was still in a daze. Fang Yuan smiled as he turned around and left. Xia Lin watched as he passed through the forest and disappeared. She only reacted after a long while. She continued to eat the fruit in her hand. The flesh of the fruit was delicious and juicy. A cool breeze brushed past her face. She felt warmth and tranquility in her heart as she stood in a pool of pure water. This isn't a dream, right? As she ate, her tears flowed down silently. She was only an ordinary, poor mermaid girl. In her past life, reality was cold and harsh to her. The only warmth came from her grandfather who took care of her. As her only relative, her grandfather was gone. Xia Lin had no one to rely on. Her heart was empty. Her only goal in life seemed to be to bury her grandfather in water. In the merman tradition, water burial was the final resting place of the merman. It would allow the dead to rest peacefully. But water burial was expensive. Xia Lin paid a huge price for it. The young girl ate as she cried silently. Fang Yuan stood outside the small forest, looking at the sea. He knew the situation inside like the back of his hand. But he did not go in. He gave the young girl enough time to adjust herself. In this life, he had a big plan in attacking Dragon Whale Paradise. Charlene's mission line was not the most important. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain Regret GU. He only needed to enter Regret Crying Sea. Back then, he had relied on Xia Lin to enter Regret Crying Sea. But other than this clue, there were many other clues that could be used as a substitute. In the previous life, Fang Yuan only wanted to obtain Regret GU, but Miao Mingshun and the rest accepted the missions with all their might. They completed them and discovered many things. The atmosphere back then was much better than now. Miao Mingshun and the rest interacted with each other. They even left information path Mortal GU under the merit obelisk, sharing their insights and experiences of their explorations. The insights and valuable experiences that they found became Fang Yuan's wealth. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deeper and more comprehensive understanding of the merit obelisk and the blue dragon whale. Xia Lin's mission was actually created by Fang Yuan himself. There was luck involved. It took a long time. Actually, after some time, when mid-sized missions appeared, there would be a few that could be used to enter Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, when these missions appeared, Fang Yuan already had Xia Lin as his lead. Along with Miao Mingshun and the rest's desire for these missions, Fang Yuan did not fight for them. But now that I have Xia Lin's mission, I can use her again. This pawn is very useful. As long as I replicate my previous life's success, I can indirectly control Merman's sacred city. Controlling this force is also a good thing. It will be of great help to my plans. Fang Yuan thought. Benefactor, sorry to keep you waiting. A moment later, Xia Lin floated out of the forest. She had recovered some stamina. She did not want to keep Fang Yuan waiting. A white cloud supported her lower body. It was 3 feet away from the ground, helping her move forward. No need to call me benefactor. My name is Chu Ying. People call me Master Chu. Fang Yuan smiled. Master Chu. Xia Lin said. Chapter 1907. Fang Yuan brought Xia Lin to the fishing village and met the village head. The first time they met, he soul-searched them right in front of them. The entire fishing village was dazed for a moment before recovering. They did not suspect anything. Fang Yuan collected this information and compared it to the previous life. He found that the fishing village had not changed much. Like in the previous life, he interacted with these mortals with the identity of a traveling GU master. He first challenged the GU masters in the village and easily defeated them, before teaching them how to refine water shell GU and the recipe. The villagers were all grateful. Fang Yuan brought them to the bottom of the sea to practice this water shell GU. He also taught them some healing methods to alleviate the corrosion of the black oil. To completely resolve the corrosion of the black oil, they needed at least rank 4 GU worms. The GU masters in the fishing village could not even reach rank 4. The things that Fang Yuan taught them were within their capabilities. During this process, Fang Yuan mainly taught Xia Lin. In the previous life, he only gave her water shell GU, but in this life, Fang Yuan was determined to nurture her. Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to instill many methods into her mind. At the same time, he pointed out her mistakes in practice. Fang Yuan did not stay in the fishing village for long. When he left, everyone in the village knelt on the ground. Xia Lin wanted to follow Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan stopped her. He told her with deep meaning, "Our fate has not ended, we will meet again in the future." Xia Lin was helpless. She could only watch as Fang Yuan disappeared in a flash of light with tears in her eyes. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk again. His merit points rose by another 10 points. The missions that appeared in the merit obelisk's initial stage were all small-scale missions. The reward was at least 1, the highest was 10. Fang Yuan collected oil and guided the villagers of the fishing village, teaching them how to fish. He completed the mission perfectly. At this time, Shen Songsheng and the rest were already teleported out. They had completed their missions. There was only one person in front of the merit obelisk. It was Miao Ming-shen. Miao Ming-shen was looking at the floating words on the 4 sides of the merit stele. He seemed to be very patient. He faintly sensed that there was an extremely hidden and extremely weak mysterious connection between him and the virtue tablet. However, he had no idea how to seize this opportunity. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes when he saw this. The waters in the dragon whale paradise were very deep. Fang Yuan did not know what method Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable used to restrict GU immortals. This kind of method left no trace. It was natural, as if it had always been like this, just like how there were men and women in men, and the sun and moon in the sky. GU immortals could not attack each other. They could not attack the natives here. However, there were also detailed distinctions. For example, in Fang Yuan's previous mission, he searched the souls of mortals and transferred a lot of knowledge directly into Charlene's mind. Were they attacking the natives? Of course it was. However, Fang Yuan didn't have any ill intentions. He was just thinking about others. Therefore, he was not subjected to any restrictions or prohibitions. However, if he had any ill intentions, he would not be able to use these methods. He would even suffer the backlash of the killer move. For example, the black oil that Fang Yuan collected in this mission. The excess black oil was stored in the sovereign immortal aperture by Fang Yuan. According to common sense, other than the immortal materials on the receiving island, the resources outside could not be taken by GU immortals. But Fang Yuan did this to complete the mission. He wanted to reduce the black oil around the island and reduce the suppression of food path Dao marks, which would increase the production of other natural resources. This was beneficial to the environment of the island, so there were no restrictions. Not only did Fang Yuan complete the mission, he even obtained a portion of the black oil as extra income. This mission of collecting black oil was obviously more profitable than the other missions. There were many missions on the merit stele, but there were differences in their strengths. In the previous life, Miao Ming-shen and the rest made many discoveries about this. All of them benefited Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly walked towards the merit stele. The footsteps disrupted Miao Ming-shen's thoughts. He turned around and his pupils shrunk as he thought, "It's Chu Ying." Fang Yuan smiled. "Brother Miao, your connection to the merit stele is too weak. This connection is mainly for you to find this place. It won't be of much help to you in the future. I advise you to focus on completing the mission and raise your merit points." Fang Yuan's polite attitude surprised Miao Ming-shen. He had personally seen how Fang Yuan shouted scram at Shen Tan and Shen Songsheng. He was immediately attracted by Fang Yuan's words. His heart shook. He actually knows that there is a connection between me and the merit stele. I have never revealed this secret to anyone else. How did he know? Is he the same kind of person as me? He can also sense the location of the blue dragon whale? Or is he unable to sense the location but has other methods? Miao Ming-shen looked at Fang Yuan and felt that he could not see through him. He was full of questions. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask but wisely kept his mouth shut. Fang Yuan was already so domineering in front of Shen Songsheng, forcing him was useless. If he wants to tell me, he will definitely tell me, it will be a waste of effort if I ask him. Miao Ming-shen sighed in his heart. Fang Yuan brushed past him and pointed at a line of words on the stele. He suddenly said, "You can accept this mission, it is quite suitable for you. Complete the mission and accumulate merit points. It is not just doing good deeds on the surface. Teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish, the effect will be better." Miao Ming-shen's heart shook, his throat moved as he said two words, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Fang Yuan smiled. Giving Miao Ming-shen some pointers was not done casually. On one hand, it was to divide these people for his own convenience, on the other hand, it was for East Sea. The secret of Miao Ming-shen's body-sensing ability was something he announced after many fruitless attempts in the previous life. As for the truth behind it, the immortals already had a reliable guess. Miao Ming-shen was famous among Eastern Sea's lone immortals. If he was forced into a corner by Shen Songsheng, Qi-Si ancestor could accept him, Wu Shuai could also accept him. Fang Yuan did not accept the mission. He went to the other side of the merit stele and exchanged for a title. In an instant, his merit points of over 100 fell to single digits, falling from first to last place. Miao Ming-shen saw the change on the merit board and his eyes shined with bright light. He was filled with questions. Chu Ying spent 100 merit points. What did he exchange for? Fang Yuan accepted the mission and vanished again. Miao Ming-shen immediately went to the other side of the merit stele and checked the exchange list. But how could he check it clearly? There were too many rewards worth 100 merit points, and there were also many rewards that were worth 100 in total. Miao Ming-shen felt like a cat was clawing at his heart. He immediately realized that Fang Yuan's action had deep meaning. It was beneficial to him, otherwise, he would not have lost his lead for no reason. Did Chu Ying express goodwill earlier to get me to help him conceal this matter? Miao Ming-shen had another thought. But soon, he shook his head. Fang Yuan's merit points could not be concealed, the other GU immortals would soon discover this. White light flashed as Fang Yuan was transported to the bottom of the sea. The sea was extremely turbid, sand and sand were moving around, a giant salamander was stirring up waves. This giant salamander's body was smooth without a single scale, its head was huge and wide, its body was thick and flat, its limbs were short and thick, its tentacles were like tiger claws, it had sharp claws and fangs, its two cheeks had long tiger whiskers that shined brightly. This was a desolate beast Tiger King Salamander. The Tiger King Salamander rampaged, creating huge waves that affected the peace of the land. Fang Yuan's mission was to suppress it. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to make a move, he investigated first. Soon, he frowned as a strange expression appeared on his face. He could not find the reason for the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. There were no abnormalities in its body or mind, but it was rampaging and destroying the surrounding environment. Not only that, it was mutilating itself, it had clearly gone mad. Trying to attack the Tiger King Salamander, Fang Yuan found that this desolate beast's battle strength had already risen to ancient desolate beast level. This is the same situation as Miao Ming-shen's group in the previous life. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. In the previous life, he only completed Xia Lin's clue, there were few missions and he did not encounter this. After trying it in this life, he found that even with his knowledge and experience, he could not see through this abnormality. The Tiger King Salamander was actually very beneficial to the environment. It could absorb salt and purify the seawater, making the seawater clear and reducing the salinity greatly, producing extraordinary natural resources. A Tiger King Salamander was often the core of a pure sea area. This kind of pure seawater could be drunk directly. If possible, Fang Yuan did not want to kill this Tiger King Salamander. If he could pacify it and make it calm down, Fang Yuan would gain a lot of merit points. But it was clearly not possible now. Fang Yuan could only make a move and kill it. The Tiger King Salamander's corpse was taken into his immortal aperture as extra income for the mission. Ren Xiaoping returned to the starting island again. A group of people had already gathered under the merit obelisk. Seeing his arrival, Shen Clan Jiu Immortal Shen Xiao said to him, "Congratulations, Brother Ren, you are now at the top of the merit board." "Ah, how can this be?" Ren Xiaoping did not believe it at first, but after he saw it with his own eyes, he was pleasantly surprised. His name was really at first place, even Shen Songsheng was at second place. Shen Songsheng had also returned, standing in front of the obelisk with a solemn expression. Ren Xiaoping cautiously looked at Shen Songsheng. He was excited and also a little worried about defeating this rank 8 GU immortal. Shen Songsheng looked at Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping quickly lowered his head and cupped his fists. Lord. Shen Songsheng nodded. Ren Xiaoping, in your opinion, what did Fang Yuan exchange for that caused his ranking to fall to last place? Ren Xiaoping was slightly dazed, only now realizing that Fang Yuan was at the bottom. He quickly calmed down and frowned. That's right, Chu Ying would rather give up his lead. He expended his merit points. The thing he exchanged for was definitely of great help to him. If it could be of help to him, it would naturally be beneficial to him. But what could it be? The immortals had already discussed for a while, but there was no conclusion. White light flashed. Fang Yuan appeared in front of everyone again. At the same time, his ranking on the merit board rose sharply, rising to the top again. Chu Ying, 98 merit point. Chapter 1908. Small-scale missions gave between 1 and 10 merit points. On the other hand, the reward for mid-sized missions was between 11 and 100. Fang Yuan exchanged for a good person title. He could take on medium-scale missions now. Medium-scale missions were at the GU immortal level. The Tiger King Salamander that Fang Yuan dealt with was a rank 6 desolate beast, but its battle strength was rank 7. The difficulty of this mission was not something mortals could handle. The higher the difficulty, the higher the rewards. So, my merit points are 90 this time. Fang Yuan realized, the reason why it did not reach the limit of 100 is because I took the Tiger King Salamander's corpse away. If I left it there, the Dao marks on the corpse would spread and raise the standard of the environment. Fang Yuan did this on purpose. He was very curious about the reason behind the Tiger King Salamander's rampage. Thus, he brought this corpse with him and prepared to conduct in-depth research. In the previous life, Miao Mingshen and the rest encountered this situation many times. They researched together but could not find the reason. This time, Fang Yuan wanted to try it himself. The immortals looked at Fang Yuan and the board. Their expressions and moods were terrible. They worked hard to complete missions, but each mission gave them 10 merit points at most. Looking at Fang Yuan's one mission, he got 90 merit points. This comparison was truly infuriating. Even though small-scale missions were simple, they were a waste of time. The efficiency of medium-scale missions was much higher. Looking at Fang Yuan walking towards the merit obelisk, some of the GU immortals present were envious, some felt their hearts pounding, and some felt despair. With Fang Yuan's efficiency, it was like he was walking with large strides while they were crawling like snails. How could they catch up to him? They would only be left further and further behind. Immortal Hua Dai looked at Miao Mingshen. She wanted to ask Fang Yuan, but Miao Mingshen shook his head at her. Shen Songsheng glanced at Shen Xiao. Shen Xiao was helpless. He forced a smile and walked towards Fang Yuan. Brother Chu. He cupped his fists, speaking with a sincere tone and great attitude. Name a price. As long as I can do it, I will try my best to satisfy you. Fang Yuan smiled. You want to know how I obtained such a huge amount of merit points? Indeed. Shen Xiao cupped his fists again. Brother, please enlighten me. Just tell me, with my great Shen clan's foundation, we will not disappoint you. Furthermore, you will not just obtain my friendship, you will also obtain our Shen clan's friendship. Earlier, Shen clan had pressured Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan did not fall for it and had an arrogant attitude. Shen Xiao changed his mind and tempted him with great benefits. It was a wise move. Fang Yuan smiled. Sure, use your Shen clan's true inheritance to exchange for it. Shen Songsheng's eyes brightened. He did not expect Fang Yuan to really agree. He could not help but ask, what true inheritance do you want? Shen Songsheng's lips twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to agree. He could not help but ask, what kind of true inheritance do you want? Shen Songsheng's lips twitched. Immortal GU? You really dare to dream. After thinking about it, he tossed out an information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan received it and scanned it with his divine sense. There was a transformation path GU immortal true inheritance among the information path mortal GU. Of course, the content was incomplete, there was some suspense, the truly valuable things were with Shen Songsheng. Fang Yuan pouted, tossing the information path mortal GU to Shen Songsheng, changed to another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path mortal GU, erasing the content and inserting a new one. Of course, it was also incomplete. Fang Yuan looked at it and nodded, tossing the information path mortal GU to Shen Songsheng again, changed to another one. Shen Songsheng received the information path mortal GU and looked at Fang Yuan, saying solemnly, Chu Ying, you kept looking left and right, you sure got lucky this time. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, I, Chu Ying, always abide by my principles, I am not a petty person. People who treat others as fools are the true fools. How about this? Give me a portion of unending wave sound, I will tell you the reason for the huge increase in my merit points. Alright, I will believe you this once. Shen Songsheng did not hesitate, taking out a conch from his immortal aperture and tossing it to Fang Yuan. This conch was palm-sized, it was a desolate beast. The conch contained a wave sound, this wave sound was a sound path rank 7 immortal material, it was a specialty of Shen clan, it could resonate for years without stopping. Fang Yuan inspected it and found nothing suspicious, he placed this immortal material into his sovereign immortal aperture. He looked at Shen Songsheng and smiled, then I will tell you this secret. But do you want me to tell you privately, or do you want me to tell everyone? This time, it was Shen Songsheng's turn to have a solemn expression. But he only hesitated for a moment before smiling. What is there to hide? Please tell me directly. As expected of someone who had been in charge of Shen clan for many years. Once he said that, even the GU immortals on Miao Mingshen's side had a good impression of Shen Songsheng. Miao Mingshen snorted coldly in his heart. We cannot set an alliance agreement here, Shen Songsheng cannot restrict Chu Ying. Chu Ying was sowing discord. Since he can tell Shen Songsheng, he can tell others in the future. Shen Songsheng can see through this, even if he is unwilling, he can only tell everyone. Good, Lord Shen Songsheng is a man of noble character and integrity, you are truly admirable. Fang Yuan turned around and placed his palm on the obelisk. The words related to the mission on the obelisk started to disappear, before appearing again. But the new words were completely different from before. Thousand Soul Fog appeared on White Light Mountain, living beings were in dire straits, it needed to be dealt with. In Swimming Horse Sea area, coral seahorses were killing each other, many seahorse kings were rioting, they needed to be suppressed. Joyous Separation Island's formation had not been repaired for a long time, the living beings on the island were greatly disrupted, please repair the formation. Roundfish Island lacked rain, please go there and rain for 3 days and 3 nights. The GU immortals were stunned. These missions were clearly different from the previous ones. For example, Thousand Soul Fog was a rank 7 soul path immortal material, it was very famous. For example, every coral seahorse was a rank 5 wild beast, and the seahorse king was at least a desolate beast. Shen Xiao's eyes shined as he watched, he could not help but sigh, these are the missions that GU immortals should accept. Those small-scale missions earlier were limited to mortals, compared to these missions, they were simply too weak. Shen Xiao copied Fang Yuan and placed his palm on the obelisk, but his expression turned into one of shock. Why can't I accept these missions? Of course not. In order to accept these missions, I did not hesitate to spend 100 merit points. Fang Yuan smiled. The immortals immediately pricked up their ears. In the end, Fang Yuan kept his mouth shut. Shen Xiao was anxious, he cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. Brother Chu, please enlighten me. Fang Yuan looked at him, his brows slightly raised as he said with slight mockery, why should I tell you? Shen Xiao's expression froze. We made a deal. That's right. You want to ask me how I obtained such a large amount of merit points. I have already completed the transaction, I will tell you the reason, it is because I accepted these missions. As for how to accept these missions, that is another problem. Fang Yuan said. The immortals were dumbfounded. Shen Songsheng's expression turned grim, Shen Clan's GU immortals started to look at Fang Yuan angrily. Shen Xiao was stunned before laughing, but this time, his laughter was mixed with anger. Brother Chu, you really made a good deal. Just one question and you obtained an unrivaled rank 7 immortal material in the world. Fang Yuan nodded. Shen Clan's reputation is still the same, it is indeed unrivaled in the 5 regions. I made a profit from this transaction, but I did not intentionally deceive you, nor did I intentionally give you false information. I, Chu Ying, am not such a vile person. Fang Yuan still had a conscience and a bottom line, but this made the immortals here feel even more hatred. Shen Songsheng's anger surged. He was a grand righteous path rank 8, but he was actually fooled by an unknown rank 7 lone immortal like Chu Ying. Where would his face go? Once we leave Dragon Whale Paradise, I will definitely deal with you. Shen Songsheng swore inwardly, but he laughed heartily. There was no trace of malice on his face as he clapped. Good, Chu Ying, you are able to discern the situation clearly and earn the reputation of Shen Clan, that is your own ability. Don't worry, how can the Grand Shen Clan pursue such a small matter? Come, let's make another deal. Tell me, what did you exchange for to accept these missions? The immortals looked at Fang Yuan with envy in their eyes. It was too easy to earn immortal materials like this. But from Shen Songsheng's perspective, he had a huge business. He could exchange 1 or 2 rank 7 immortal materials for such precious information. This was definitely not a loss. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. I do not intend to sell this, you can all give it a try. Shen Songsheng stared with wide eyes. Chu Ying, I hope you can consider it properly. Fang Yuan ignored him. White light flashed and he disappeared again. Shen Songsheng's expression turned ashen. He could not find a way out. This Chu Ying, don't let me catch you outside. Shen Songsheng swore inwardly. This was the first time he had seen a rank 7 GU immortal disregard him like this. Fang Yuan needed to maintain and expand his advantage on the merit board. This was beneficial to his overall plan. As for Shen Songsheng's group, hehe, I don't believe they can unite. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He did not succeed in sowing dissension earlier because his method was superficial, but this time, he dug a trap. He did not need to worry that Shen Songsheng would not jump in. From a certain perspective, Fang Yuan needed helpers. It was necessary to divide this group. He could complete mid-sized missions by himself, but above mid-sized missions, there were large-sized missions. These missions often required different GU immortals to cooperate and complete them together. Even though Fang Yuan had many GU immortal subordinates in his immortal aperture, it was useless. In this Dragon Whale Paradise, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods restricted this. It seemed that only GU immortals who passed the outside world's test and were brought to this island while asleep had the qualifications to enter and complete missions here. After Fang Yuan left, the atmosphere under the merit obelisk became heavy. Because Shen Songsheng had a very strong request, he forced the surrounding GU immortals to expend their merit points to exchange for some suspicious rewards. Shen Songsheng hoped to win the rewards that Fang Yuan exchanged for. Since Fang Yuan did not tell him, he would try it himself. Chapter 1909. Shen Songsheng stared intently at the merit obelisk's surface. Even though he did not show it on the surface, he was indeed feeling slightly anxious now. As Shen Clan's first supreme elder, he had a high status and authority. As a rank 8 great expert, he could be said to be at the peak of GU cultivation. But in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, his foundation was still inferior without any suspense. Fang Yuan could take on mid-sized missions. He had a huge advantage in competing for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songsheng was forced to think of ways to catch up to Fang Yuan. Even though he had a motive for coming here, Paradise Earth's true inheritance was right in front of him. He would not be satisfied if he did not try his best to obtain it. Thus, even though Shen Songsheng knew that Fang Yuan was trying to sow discord, he still forced the other GU immortals to try and exchange for the rewards. To ease the other GU immortals' emotions, Shen Songsheng even took out all sorts of immortal materials from his immortal aperture to compensate them. But it was clear which was more important between these immortal materials and Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Because of Shen Songsheng's prestige, The immortals had no choice but to comply. The hatred in their hearts grew deeper. Shen Songsheng lost the people's support, and even worse, the rewards that the immortals exchanged for could not be used for mid-sized missions. There are too many rewards on this list. Other than the rewards that I exchanged for earlier, there are 3 that are most likely. Shen Songsheng felt a headache. Let's take a gamble. He knew that time could not be wasted. After thinking about it, he used his merit points to exchange for one of the rewards. At the next moment, Shen Songsheng's expression turned green. Not this. He gritted his teeth, feeling very dejected. He lost the gamble. His luck was really bad. This way, they spent almost all of their accumulated merit points, but the rewards that they exchanged for were not very useful, even though they were useful. Don't tell me it's because of this good person title. Shen Songsheng looked at the list and sighed deeply. There was no point in saying anything now. What he needed to do now was to make the most of his time and accumulate more merit points so that he could continue exchanging. But before that, I need to appease the GU immortals. Shen Songsheng turned around and looked at the immortals. The immortals did not look too good either. Shen Songsheng was quite eloquent. After speaking for a while, he took out another batch of immortal materials and gifted them to the immortals. Although the immortals received the immortal materials, their expressions only softened slightly. In this dragon whale paradise, Shen Songsheng had rank 8 battle strength, but he could not do anything to them. This was the most important foundation for Shen Songsheng's declining influence. Hua hua hua, the tide rose and fell, and the fishy sea breeze blew on his face. Fang Yuan stood in the clouds, looking down at the sea market below him. The sea market was a place where cultivation resources were distributed and exchanged. Usually, its location was fixed. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Qi Sea ancestor and held the Eastern Sea banquet. From a certain perspective, it was a super large-scale sea market that included almost all of Eastern Sea's GU immortal world. Dragon Whale Paradise also had sea markets, and there were many of them. The sea market that Fang Yuan was observing had an island as the core, with countless fishing boat-type GU houses surrounding the island. Half of the year, this island would be submerged by seawater, so this sea market was not open all year round. And because of its superior location, the island sea market became an indispensable trading place. Even if it was not open for half a year, as long as it was open, the surrounding GU masters and forces would flock here. Fang Yuan was very familiar with this island. It was a place he had entered in his previous life. In his previous life, Xia Lin was framed by a certain unscrupulous merchant on this island, and the mission that Fang Yuan received was to punish this unscrupulous merchant, so he saved Xia Lin. In this life, Fang Yuan also received a mission and came here, but it was a mid-sized mission. It was completely different from the previous mission. The sea market was bustling. There were people moving about, there were humans and mermen. Come, take a look, these are the best crystal corals. There are 3 GU house river wheels left, hurry up and buy them. Buying Great Ming clay, buy as much as you can. Xia Lin appeared. She walked on the deck, observing the goods on the stalls as she moved towards the core island. Different from before, she was in high spirits, her eyes were shining brightly. After the baptism of life and death and Fang Yuan's guidance, she had undergone a complete transformation both inside and out. Fang Yuan activated his investigative method, covering the surrounding 100 li as he continued to probe. He sensed Xia Lin's presence the moment she appeared. Fang Yuan did not approach Xia Lin. He continued to investigate the interior of the island and the depths of the sea. An immortal-grade grand array gradually appeared within his senses. Fang Yuan saw this and praised in his mind. This immortal formation structure was very exquisite. It was an earth path and water path formation. It was used to maintain the island, manage the surrounding sea currents, and improve the environment of the entire sea area. But now, this immortal formation was damaged. The earth path portion was corroded while the water path portion did not change much. Originally, earth path and water path were balanced, but now that earth path was weakened, water path was stronger. The island sea market was open all year round, but because the formation was damaged, the island would be submerged in water for half a year. What Fang Yuan needed to do was to repair this formation. Fang Yuan's ability was still lacking. His formation path attainment level was not bad, it was at Grandmaster level. But to use natural Dao marks to set up a formation, he needed to be a great Grandmaster. At the same time, his water path attainment level was at Grandmaster, but his earth path attainment level was only at Master. And this formation needed to be repaired in the earth path aspect. This formation is not the work of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, it is the work of a certain formation path Great Grandmaster. Fang Yuan analyzed. If Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did it personally, it would definitely have the style and scale of the GU formation in Regret Crying Sea. In the previous life, Fang Yuan and the rest found that they were not the first batch of GU immortals to enter Dragon Whale Paradise. There were predecessors who came here to accept missions and earn merit points. Evidently, this formation that Fang Yuan saw was the work of a certain predecessor. No need to be anxious, looking at the time, Wu Shuai's clone should have some gains soon. Fang Yuan continued to investigate and passed the information to the time path clone for deduction, while concealing his figure and quietly descending, following behind Xia Lin as he blended into the crowd. Xia Lin entered a gambling den. The stone gambling den had the words Golden Jade House written on it. It was a high-level gambling den for mortals. The hall of the gambling den had dozens of huge rocks on display, suppressing the scene. Behind the hall were small rooms with all kinds of rock-dissecting GU worms. They could satisfy the customer's hobby of personally dissecting rocks. I am here to return the money. Xia Lin took out an information path mortal GU. Several months ago, her only relative, her grandfather, had passed away. Mermaid sea burial required a high price. To bury her grandfather at sea, she had to borrow yuan stone on credit. And to repay the debt, she had to take the risk to collect black oil. She almost died in the earth trench black oil. After meeting Fang Yuan, Xia Lin profited from the disaster. Not only was she saved, her strength also rose drastically. Like in the previous life, Xia Lin obtained gather oil GU from Fang Yuan. Her oil extraction efficiency rose sharply. She soon obtained a large amount of yuan stone from selling the oil. The one who received her was a scarred merman. After receiving this information path mortal GU, he smiled sinisterly. Little girl, you must have seen wrongly, our agreement was not this. Xia Lin was slightly stunned. What do you mean? The surrounding GU masters were familiar with Golden Jade House's methods. Seeing this, they shook their heads. Sai, another GU master who was scammed. Xia Lin negotiated with the other party for a while before reacting. You shameless scoundrel, you actually tampered with the agreement. The loan we agreed on only had 10% interest. But now, you secretly increased it by 60%. Her face was flushed red, she was very angry. The scarred merman's expression turned solemn. He looked at Xia Lin with a ruthless gaze. You cannot say such things, little girl. You are trying to ruin our reputation. All businessmen care about their reputation. If our reputation is ruined, who would come to our shop? Will you be able to bear the losses caused here? Fat. Even if I die, I will expose the true face of your unscrupulous shop. The scarred merman's tone changed. He said eerily, Die? So naive. Sometimes, the feeling of living a life worse than death is more terrifying. Xia Lin's eyes shined with a sharp light. I will fight you to the death. She let out a delicate shout and suddenly attacked. Swoosh. With a loud sound, a torrent of water shot out. The scarred merman did not expect such a situation to occur. An inexperienced girl actually attacked him, a rank 3, at the same time, in Golden Jade House, his territory. The scarred merman was caught off guard. He was sent flying by the torrent of water, crashing into 2 walls and a large number of decorative bottles. This commotion was too huge. The GU masters who were quietly choosing rocks, dissecting them, and gambling on them came to the hall. A large number of gazes landed on Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What happened? The scarred merman fell on a pile of rubble. He looked at Xia Lin with disbelief and extreme hatred. He wanted to stand up, but he could only raise his finger with difficulty. Then, with a thud, he stopped breathing. Dead, he died. Oh heavens, who is this little girl? She actually killed the merman in one go. The one who died was a rank 3 GU master. The entire place went into an uproar. The GU masters were shocked. Xia Lin was also surprised at this situation. She only had rank 2 cultivation level, but the GU worms and killer moves that Fang Yuan gave her were all of extreme quality. Xia Lin used these GU worms to form a rank 2 killer move to kill a rank 3 GU master in one hit. The merman girl was also stunned. She was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled as he transmitted to her. Master Chu. The merman girl heard this and her eyes shined. She was overjoyed. Chapter 1910. Sightseeing Blessed Land. The palace was deep, there were countless buildings. The shade of the trees was dense, the summer cicadas were singing. The palace doors opened, the Featherman girls along the way knelt on the ground, they respectfully welcomed the owner of this palace, Xia Cha. Xia Cha's expression was ugly, she had a gloomy expression. After being in closed cultivation for a long time, she tried all sorts of methods, but she could not advance from rank 5 to rank 6. All methods had been used, there was only one way left, to buy the rank 6 second aperture immortal GU from Fang Yuan. As Xia clan's first supreme elder, Xia Cha had rank 8 cultivation level, but during the battle in the River of Time, she was captured by Fang Yuan. Even though she survived, her rank 8 immortal aperture was taken away by Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan let Xia Cha go, he took the chance to sell second aperture GU, extorting southern borders superforces using another method. Xia Cha thus obtained the opportunity to recultivate. She was like a drowning person who saw her only hope, she grabbed onto it tightly. Xia Cha had already cultivated to rank 5, but she was stuck at the most crucial step. Immortal Ascension. Her countless attempts at immortal ascension had all failed. Sigh. Xia Cha sighed. She finally understood reality. Prepare clean water for me to wash up, also spread the news that I have come out of closed cultivation, call second and third supreme elder here. Xia Cha instructed the featherman maid beside her. However, after a full hour, Xia Cha still did not see the second and third grand elders. Instead, they sent back a message saying that they each had important matters to attend to and could not come. These two old fools. Xia Cha cursed in her heart, a chill crept into her heart. Even though she knew that this day would come sooner or later, when this day truly arrived, she still felt a chill in her heart. She had once been in charge of Xia clan, she had done all sorts of things for them, she could make decisions in all matters, but now, she was only a rank 5 cripple, she had to submit to others. Once upon a time, Xia clan's second and third supreme elder had to follow Xia Cha's lead. In fact, their rise and current status were all because of Xia Cha's nurturing. It seems like, these two old men are also going to establish their own sects. Xia Cha looked at the empty hall and sighed in her heart. There wasn't much anger in her heart, but more of helplessness and sorrow. Call them ungrateful? It was not accurate. In fact, Xia Cha understood the choices of these Xia clan GU immortals. Because of her, the Xia family had been extorted by Fang Yuan too harshly. Their treasury was in a huge deficit. After painstakingly managing and accumulating the treasury for so many years, it was equivalent to letting Fang Yuan look after the treasury. Even if Xia Cha wanted to recultivate, she would have to start step by step. The resources consumed in the long process would inevitably be a huge figure. Should he give these resources to Xia Cha or keep them for himself? After the initial panic and hesitation, Xia clan's GU immortals started to form a tacit understanding. Xia Cha's title of First Supreme Elder had completely become an empty title. Rank 5 cultivation was simply not enough to become a GU immortal. Xia Cha thought about it for a while before taking out an information path mortal GU and handing it to the featherman maid, asking her to bring it to Second Supreme Elder. But in the evening, Second Supreme Elder's reply made Xia Cha furious again. Even the reputation of First Supreme Elder is worthless now. Xia Cha gritted her teeth. It turned out that she was willing to complete a transaction with Second Supreme Elder in the Information Path Mortal GU. In this transaction, Xia Cha was willing to give up her title of First Supreme Elder and hand over her position to Second Supreme Elder. Second Supreme Elder could rightfully ascend to the highest position of authority in Xia clan, The price he had to pay was a sum of cultivation resources. But Xia Clan's second Supreme Elder did not accept it, he rejected it politely. Evidently, he had already reached an agreement with Third Supreme Elder. They were prepared to make Xia Cha a mere figurehead and let her continue to be the first Supreme Elder. Xia Clan's situation was different from Ba Clan. Ba Clan's Ba had the same experience as Xia Cha. He had already stepped down from his position as First Supreme Elder. The newly advanced rank 8 GU Immortal Ba took over. Meanwhile, Xia Clan's Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, these two Supreme Elders, only had rank 7 cultivation level, and they cultivated Earth Path. Many years ago, when Xia Cha first gained authority, she was not a rank 8 GU Immortal yet. To control Xia Clan, she nurtured Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan, using them to resist Xia Clan's old forces. Right now, Xia Cha's cultivation level had fallen to rank 5, while Xia Zhao and Xia Chen Yuan had high authority. They had different thoughts. But in the righteous path, they did not dare to touch Xia Cha, who they were indebted to. They would rather place the title of the first Supreme Elder on Xia Cha than let their own reputation be tarnished. Xia Cha knew that her influence in Xia Clan had fallen to a dangerous level, and it was falling faster and faster. She had to become an immortal as soon as possible, otherwise, she would be completely ostracized by Xia Clan's higher-ups. However, she could not break free from this predicament, because she did not have the capital to negotiate or make transactions. Xia Cha's situation was not an exception, it was the norm. The direction of Southern Border's righteous path had changed. The person who played the most important role here was Wu Clan's Wu Yong. He used the Celestial Court while using his own methods to raise his reputation and influence in Southern Border's righteous path. The fall of veteran rank 8s like Xia Cha and Ba gave him a rare opportunity. Even though Lu Wei-yin appeared, the virtue paradise behind him did not just consist of humans, it also included a large number of mushroom men. This was a natural political shortcoming in Southern Border's righteous path. Wu Yong made full use of it. Lu Wei-yin could not obstruct Wu Yong. Wu Yong's influence in the Southern Alliance was growing day by day. There was already a voice in the Southern Alliance that was getting louder and louder. Wu Yong was the main advocate. He advocated for the Southern Alliance to resist Fang Yuan and not accept his extortion. Compromising with a demon like Fang Yuan would only fuel his arrogance. Southern Border's righteous path forces had almost all taken back their hostages. They were also hurt by Fang Yuan's extortion. Southern Border's GU Immortals responded to Wu Yong's call with a more active attitude. Wu Yong was making use of the righteous path GU Immortals' hatred towards Fang Yuan. Under the moonlight, Fang Yuan's pure dream reality seeker physique body and Kai Chuyu moved side by side. A secret transaction regarding dream realms had just ended. Lord Kai, let's stop here. Fang Yuan's dream path clone smiled. He was a temporary clone created from a dream realm. He had GU immortal cultivation level and would self-detonate into a lump of dream realms after the time limit was reached. Kai Chuyu cupped his fists and sighed. Fang Yuan, I am not trying to make things difficult, but the risk of this transaction has increased. The situation is so tense now. Once this matter is exposed, our Kai clan's reputation will be ruined. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone snorted coldly in his heart. Kai Chuyu raised the price. He was no longer satisfied with the previous price. The reason was that Southern Border's righteous path was putting more and more effort into dealing with Fang Yuan. Wu Yong was uniting more and more Southern Border righteous path members. This reason was bullshit. The true reason was that Kai Chuyu was using this opportunity to increase his appetite. He wanted to obtain more dream path research results. Fang Yuan wanted the dream realms, but extorting Southern Border's righteous path was getting harder. Kai Clan and Fang Yuan's secret transaction had become the main channel. Kai Clan controlled the dream realm formation. They were the only clan in Southern Border. Fang Yuan could only steal a portion of the dream realms by cooperating with Kai Clan. I will explain this to my main body. The dream path clone said this before flying away. Kai Chuyu stayed on the spot, watching as Fang Yuan's dream path clone vanished into the horizon. His expression turned cold as he snorted and left. He had thought of attacking the dream path clone. But he did not have dream path methods to deal with dream path GU immortals. Furthermore, He was wary that Fang Yuan's main body might be lying in ambush nearby. Fang Yuan's main body was far away in Eastern Sea, but for this transaction, Wu Shuai was already nearby with Dragon Palace. If Kai Chu Yu attacked, he would not be able to gain anything. The pure dream reality seeker physique clone quickly returned to Dragon Palace. This was a temporary clone with immortal level cultivation level, but after the time limit was up, it would break apart and turn into a lump of dream realms. Kai Clan's old man's transaction is over, unless we raise the price. The Dream Path clone said coldly. He opened his immortal aperture and let out several Dream Path clones. This batch of dream realms is probably the last batch we can get. This was something that could not be helped. Fang Yuan and Kai Chu Yu did not have any alliance agreement between them. Kai Chu Yu raised the price at the last minute. He even used Southern Border's situation. A great enemy lies ahead. Once we get past this hurdle, the Kai clan is nothing, Wu Shuai said. Right now, he could not attack casually. If he attacked too many times, the Celestial Court might notice the true relationship between Wu Shuai's clone and Fang Yuan's main body. The killer move Dreamy Light Smoke had to be left for the Celestial Court. Using it on Kai Chu Yu was like using a sledgehammer on a chicken. Rather than dealing with Kai clan, it was more efficient to attack the formation. In fact, if Fang Yuan's main body stayed in Eastern Sea, with just Wu Shuai's strength, they could deal with Kai clan. But exposing these trump cards in advance, the Celestial Court would probably wake up laughing in their dreams. A lack of forbearance in small matters would spoil great plans. Moreover, if Southern Border preserved its strength, it would cause more trouble for the Celestial Court in the future. Directly killing the enemy, even though it was efficient, could not gain the greatest benefits. For example, after Fang Yuan released Xia Cha, Ba Xia Ba, and the rest, these people were already being ostracized and neglected by their clans. Fang Yuan would secretly help them in the future. Their current situation could be said to be single-handedly caused by Fang Yuan. But without Fang Yuan, they could not rely on others. And Fang Yuan needed these people to be his eyes and ears, to be placed among Southern Border's righteous path forces, so that he could maintain a certain amount of influence in Southern Border. But currently, Fang Yuan lacked some methods to restrain them. Regarding this, the Time Path clone was already deducing it day and night. Boom boom boom. With a series of dull sounds, the temporary pure dream reality seeker physique bodies self-detonated, turning into lumps of dream realms that merged into one. These were all Earth Path dream realms. Chapter 1911. The world was dark and gloomy, dark clouds covered the sky, thunder rumbled. Scarlet lightning flashed within the rumbling dark clouds. The dark clouds created a whirlpool. From the center of the whirlpool, lightning balls fell. These lightning balls had a strange shape. They were like porcelain. They were as large as water tanks and shined with red light. Grand Tribulation, Red Porcelain Lightning Ball Tribulation. The lightning balls landed and exploded with a crisp sound. On the ground, an immortal GU house was silently enduring the damage from the lightning balls. Large amounts of debris flew in the air, turning back into countless GU worm corpses. Inside the immortal GU house, Wu Shuai endured the rumbling thunder as he inspected himself. He found that he was now an Earth Path Rank 8 GU immortal. His fingers were wide and his body was muscular. His battle robe was covered in injuries. Not far away from him, a female immortal was lying on the ground. Her face was pale. Her aura was not only weak but also strange. She was activating a certain light path healing killer move. Her body was covered in a layer of holy white light. But on her face, exposed arms, legs, and feet, there were lines of dark Dao marks that looked like inclines. These dark path Dao marks were so dense, they were at the level of rank 9 immortal materials. They formed a halo of Dao marks that GU immortals could see with their naked eyes. The female immortal's cultivation level was clearly rank 8. A rank 8 light path GU immortal actually had such a large number of dark path Dao marks. Wu Shuai was truly surprised. Even more strangely, the dark path Dao marks on the female immortal were still changing. Not only were their numbers increasing, their positions and arrangement were also changing rapidly. The female immortal grunted. The killer move's activation had ended. The halo on her body stabilized. The dark path Dao marks changes were also temporarily suppressed. The female immortal was covered in sweat. She opened her weak eyes and looked at Wu Shuai, smiling bitterly. I am beyond saving. This is my strongest healing method, but it can only temporarily suppress my injuries. When the killer move's time limit is up, my injuries will erupt with terrifying power. O Zhengyang, my true love, I cannot stay by your side anymore. You need to live on. The female immortal said as tears flowed down her face. No, there must be a way, there must be. Don't give up hope. This peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress of mine used up all of my immortal GU. Its defensive power is #1 since ancient times. We still have time. You have to continue working hard. I will always be by your side. Wu Shuai roared with tears in his eyes. Of course, this was the natural evolution of the dream and was not controlled by him. However, after this conversation, Wu Shuai truly gained control. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress? I've never heard of it before. Wu Shuai's eyes gleamed as he analyzed the short conversation that he had just heard, searching for clues. He inspected his immortal aperture. There was a lot of white lychee immortal essence in the immortal aperture, as well as a large number of mortal GU, but no immortal GU. Like Zhengyang said earlier, he used all of his immortal GU to construct this rank 8 immortal GU house peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. That is to say, I am mainly relying on this damaged immortal GU house? Wu Shuai immediately understood. He tried to control this immortal GU house. Peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress had a complex structure. It used up to 100 million GU worms, among which there were more than 20 immortal GU. Wu Shuai had just started to interact with it, but he could not tell which one was the core immortal GU. These immortal GU were placed in an ingenious position and had a mysterious relationship. The entire immortal GU house's design was deep and profound. It was like a grand mountain range that stretched for 10,000 li, connecting heaven and earth. There were layers of or veins in the mountain range. There were all kinds of them intertwined with each other. Wu Shuai was like a mortal GU master who wanted to mine in this mountain range. He had to dig out the minerals he wanted and understand the relationship between these or veins. Just understanding this immortal GU house is too difficult. And I need to rely on this immortal GU house to resist the red porcelain lightning ball tribulation. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He knew that he was going to fail. As expected, the development of the dream realm went as he expected. The red porcelain lightning ball continued to explode. Wu Shuai tried to activate the immortal GU house and repair it. But it was no use. He had too little understanding of this immortal GU house. Even if he wanted to repair it, he did not know where to start. Eventually, the red porcelain lightning ball destroyed the immortal GU house. Along with Wu Shuai and the female immortal, they became victims of the lightning tribulation. After leaving the dream realm, Wu Shuai immediately healed himself. This time, Fang Yuan's main body explored Dragon Whale Paradise. He had made ample preparations and arrangements before he left. Not only did he give Wu Shuai the Dream Path GU worms, he also gave a large number of Guts GU. With Guts GU, Wu Shuai's injuries were no longer a problem. This Dream Realm exploration was different from the Dragon Palace Dream Realm. Wu Shuai had many chances to redo it. The second failure, the third failure, the fourth failure, the fifth failure. After 8 attempts, Wu Shuai finally had a clear understanding of this peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Even though he did not completely repair this immortal GU house, Wu Shuai's efficiency was already comparable to the red porcelain lightning ball's bombardment. Black clouds rumbled in the sky. The red porcelain lightning balls became sparser and sparser, until they completely stopped. But within the black clouds, a second grand tribulation was brewing. The female immortal sighed. Sigh, it is all my fault for not listening to your advice. I went to search for reckless savage demon Venerable's burial ground, causing this curse to happen continuously. Serves me right. Zhengyang, leave quickly, I don't want to implicate you. The light on the female immortal's body had clearly dimmed. And those dark path Dao marks were closely arranged. They were like pieces of black thread sewing wounds, covering the female immortal's skin and face. Compared to before, the female immortal's aura had weakened greatly. Her aura was even stranger. Not only were light and dark paths intertwined, An Adam's apple was growing on her neck. Before Wu Shuai could analyze the female immortal's situation, light rain started to fall from the sky. Even though the rain was small, it was bone-chilling. It had a coldness that could freeze one's soul. The heat and violence from the lightning ball's bombardment disappeared without a trace. Howl, howl, howl. Mournful ghostly howls grew louder and louder. They quickly soared into the sky. Numerous grey threads descended from the dark clouds in the sky and rapidly extended towards Wu Shuai. Wu Shuai's heart sank. He recognized this tribulation. This is a grand tribulation, ghost spirit ice silkworm tribulation. One grand tribulation after another. It seems like it will not stop. Wu Shuai had no choice but to resist the silk. The red porcelain lightning balls exploded fiercely, while the ghost spirit silk was soft and crafty. Wu Shuai had no offensive methods. He did not know much about the immortal Jiyu House peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. At least, he had not found any offensive methods yet. Thus, Wu Shuai could only watch as the silk stretched towards him, entering through the immortal Jiyu House's cracks and gaps. Wu Shuai tried to resist, but peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was already completely penetrated by the silk. It lasted for a while before collapsing. The silk wrapped around the female immortal. It also attacked Wu Shuai, wrapping the two of them into a solid white cocoon. At the next moment, Wu Shuai was expelled from the dream realm. This time, he suffered heavy injuries. His vision turned black. He gulped as he retched. He almost fainted. I failed the ghost spirit silk tribulation. My injuries are 10 times more severe than before. Wu Shuai smiled bitterly. With such injuries, he could only rest and recover. He had to postpone his plans. These injuries were only light injuries to Fang Yuan's main body. They were not severe. He could even continue exploring dream realms. But it was different for Wu Shuai's clone. Wu Shuai's clone's soul foundation was at 30 million man soul. Even though he cultivated in Eastern Sea, it could not compare to the main body. Wu Shuai was a dragon man. He cultivated enslavement path. His soul path cultivation was only supplementary. If his soul foundation was too strong, he would have too many soul path Dao marks. It would restrict his enslavement path development. And Fang Yuan's main body had the sovereign immortal body. He had non-conflicting Dao marks. His soul path and other paths were not restricted. Wu Shuai rested for a long time before moving out again. After repeated failures and challenges, Wu Shuai's situation was very difficult. He did not have a time path clone to deduce. Even though he had Dragon Palace, dreamy light smoke had no use in exploring dream realms. The most reliable method, other than Unravel Dream, was the recovery ability of Guts Gu. As he progressed, Wu Shuai finally had some progress. He roughly investigated peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Wu Shuai finally grasped the 3 killer moves of this immortal Gu house. The first was called Accumulating Soil Mountain, the second was called Resting in the Ground, and the last was called Making a Comeback. What broadened Wu Shuai's horizons was the first killer move Accumulating Soil Mountain. This killer move was very unique. It was not used for offense, movement, healing, or other abilities. It was an Earth Path killer move that had formation path effects. Using this killer move, the Gu Immortal could stack Earth Path Gu worms and make them form an immortal Gu house. Even if the Gu Immortal using this killer move had no formation path attainment level. Because of this killer move, this peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress was created. Grasping this killer move meant grasping the foundation of this immortal Gu house, peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. No wonder Wu Shuai could not find the core immortal Gu. The core of this immortal Gu house was not an immortal Gu, but this immortal killer move Accumulating Soil Mountain. Thus, I only need to activate this killer move and scatter Earth Path Gu worms into the immortal Gu house to repair it. After understanding this, Wu Shuai endured the ghost spirit silk tribulation and repaired peaceful soil heavy mountain fortress. Boom! The moment he repaired it, the female immortal self-detonated. The power of the explosion was even more terrifying than the grand tribulation. Not only did it destroy Wu Shuai, the entire immortal Gu house was also torn into countless pieces. Thus, I need to take care of this female immortal. After understanding this, Wu Shuai entered the dream realm again. Immortal killer move, peaceful burial. Using this method, the female immortal suffered a benign seal, her injuries were suppressed and she was continuously healed by the immortal Jiyu house. When Wu Shuai finished repairing the immortal Jiyu house, the third grand tribulation appeared. Purple stars fell from the sky. This was the combination of poison path and star path tribulation, corrosive purple star tribulation. The purple stars continued to fall, landing on the immortal Jiyu house and creating holes from corrosion. Wu Shuai tried his best to repair it, but he failed again and again. This grand tribulation did not stop. The third grand tribulation seems to be endless. This is not normal. Could it be? After many failures, Wu Shuai had a flash of inspiration. He tried to undo the female immortal's seal. Without the suppression of peaceful burial, the female immortal was on the verge of self-detonation again. Zheng Yang, if there is a next life, I hope to meet you again. Goodbye, my Dao companion. While Wu Shuai was resisting the grand tribulation with difficulty, she suddenly flew out of the immortal Jiyu house's hole. Boom! She self-detonated, turning into a lump of pitch-black fire that burned intensely with a terrifying aura. The heavenly Dao seemed to be enraged. At once, countless purple stars shot down. The black fire was not huge, but after being attacked by these poison stars, it became extremely tough. Even though it was shrinking, the extent was minuscule. Seeing that this grand tribulation was not going to work, the black clouds in the sky changed again, countless lightning snakes shot down, the black fire was instantly bombarded by tens of thousands of lightning bolts. The black fire, however, seemed to have taken a huge tonic, its body expanded to the size of a small mountain. But the black fire's form had completely changed, it turned into a white gold mist. The grand tribulation in the sky continued to change, attacking the white gold mist. The mist also continued to change, turning into wind at times, rocks at times, flowers, birds, and beasts at times. What is this female immortal hiding in her body? So many grand tribulations are actually unable to do anything to her. Wu Shuai was shocked. He acutely sensed that this realistic dream realm recorded a certain secret. This secret was likely related to the Venerable's cause of death. It was related to the deepest mystery of heaven and earth. The female immortal died, but Wu Shuai's dream realm continued. He had to survive this terrifying shockwave. He could only rely on peaceful soil-heavy mountain fortress. Eventually, after countless grand tribulations descended, that strange black fire was finally extinguished bit by bit. Even the last bit of residue lasted for an hour under the suppression of the grand tribulation. What in the world is this thing? The dream realm dissipated, but Wu Shuai was still in shock. He had invested so much, but his gains were also shocking. Almost at the same time as the dream realm dissipated, Fang Yuan's main body in Dragon Whale Paradise's eyes brightened. Chapter 1912. Island, Golden Jade House. Little girl, why did you invite us here? Speak quickly, I still have things to do. That's right, the sea market only opens for this period of time every year. Wasting time is a waste of wealth. Many Jiyu masters gathered in Golden Jade House, staring at the blue-scaled girl, Xia Lin, speaking one after another. They were getting impatient from waiting. Xia Lin looked around and smiled. Everyone here is a reputable person, I will make it short. From today onwards, this island is my territory and is under my control. If you want to do business here, I welcome you, but you need to pay taxes and cannot stay on the island for long. As for who can stay here for long, that is to join me and become my subordinates. The house immediately went silent. Shortly after, the Jiyu masters went into an uproar. Was this a joke? The several rank 3 Jiyu masters who were leading the group had unhappy expressions. Little girl, you're too daring. Juniors nowadays, TSK, they really don't know their limits. Do you really think you can shoot your mouth off just because you killed a rank 3 Jiyu master? Don't forget, you are only a rank 2 Jiyu master. Facing the doubts of the crowd, Xia Lin was anxious, but remembering that it was Master Chu's order, she forced a smile and said, "Everyone, you don't have to worry too much, you will know what I am relying on next." "What is it?" someone immediately asked. Xia Lin was still smiling, because even if she said that, she did not know what it was. But right at this time, the ground started shaking. What's going on? Someone screamed, because the shaking was getting stronger. An earthquake. The GU masters were bewildered and panicked. Fortunately, this golden jade house was a GU house. It had some defensive properties. But the outside world was already in chaos. Screams and shouts could be heard everywhere. No, I need to go back and defend my shop. I am leaving too. The GU masters ran out of the house, but a thick yellow light suddenly rose from the ground. The yellow light covered the whole island. It also blocked the entrance of the GU house. No matter what method the GU masters used, they could not break through the yellow light. They were shocked. What is going on? This is no ordinary tremor. Xia Lin, you must know something. Someone saw that Xia Lin was still smiling. An idea flashed in his mind as he screamed. Thus, all the GU masters in the room focused their gazes on Xia Lin. Xia Lin was also shocked, but at this moment, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard, guiding her to deal with the situation. Everyone, there is no need to panic. This change is beneficial to all of you. There's no point in talking too much. Everyone, just watch carefully. This change won't last long. Xia Lin was still keeping them in suspense, but the GU masters did not dare to underestimate her anymore. This was obviously not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. What kind of person could do this? Of course he wasn't immortal. A name appeared in the GU masters' minds at the same time: immortal. This was indeed the work of an immortal. To be precise, Fang Yuan was repairing the immortal array at the bottom of the sea. He took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and threw them into the formation, activating killer moves to repair it. Yellow light surged on the island and spread in all directions. New pieces of land around the island appeared in the yellow light. The ships that were surrounding the island started to run aground. The people on the ships screamed, but they were locked in place by the yellow light, unable to move. As the yellow light faded, the entire island's area expanded by more than double. At the edge of the new island, huge waves surged, countless fishes, prawns, and sea beasts appeared. This was the part where Fang Yuan started to adjust the water path after repairing the earth path formation. Finally, when he finished repairing this immortal formation, the huge waves on the sea gradually calmed down. But Fang Yuan did not stop. Then, he added a small and exquisite subsidiary immortal array on top of the foundation of this great array. After the small formation was set up, he waved his hand and lent the small formation to Xia Lin. Thus, a white light descended from the sky and enveloped Xia Lin. Next, the white light fused into Xia Lin's body. Xia Lin did not have formation path attainment, but this small formation that Fang Yuan designed was very approachable. Xia Lin immediately felt that she had gained many instincts. This instinct was as natural as breathing or moving her legs. She could move the land and the surrounding seawater with her thoughts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a muffled sound, the entire golden jade house started to expand, becoming bigger and bigger. Soon, it turned from a small house into a beautiful palace. This was naturally Fang Yuan's doing. He expanded golden jade house and turned it into a formation core, secretly connecting with the formation in the depths of the sea. This series of shocking changes made all the GU masters present dumbfounded. They were dumbfounded on the spot. Xia Lin had a smile on her face, but in truth, she was also extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's words entered her ears again. She spoke according to the script. Everyone, you have seen it with your own eyes. I will not hide it from you. I was favored by Master Immortal and was fortunate enough to be accepted as a disciple. Master Immortal has just set up an immortal formation and ordered me to guard this place. I will be in charge of the mortal affairs. Saying so, Xia Lin willed. Yellow light surged and engulfed all the GU masters present. Xia Lin willed again. The GU masters cried out in shock. They were suppressed by the yellow light and could not move. They were lifted into the air without any ability to retaliate. Xia Lin smiled. The yellow light dissipated and these GU masters were put down. This, immortal world. This is an immortal world. So there really are immortals in this world. May I be so bold to ask Lady Xia Lin, why did Master Immortal set up an immortal formation here? I wonder what his thoughts are. Xia Lin only smiled. She had also just found out that Master Chu was an immortal. The shock in her heart was no less than the others. Now, does anyone have anything to say about my previous suggestion? Xia Lin looked around and asked warmly. How could the GU masters dare to question her again? They lowered their heads and some even knelt on the ground, expressing that they wanted to submit to Xia Lin, while some wanted to become Fang Yuan's disciple. Xia Lin could only appease them one by one. Fang Yuan's divine sense only circled around Xia Lin once. After giving some instructions, he left her alone. Although there were immortals in Dragon Whale Paradise, be it in his previous life or this life, Fang Yuan had not seen a single native immortal. Legends about immortals had always been circulating in the mortal world, but they were just rumors. This time, Fang Yuan displayed the immortal world and set up an immortal formation, leaving behind many things for Xia Lin. Soon, countless people heard the news and rushed over. Some of them were here to admire the immortals, while others were here to join Xia Lin. In the previous life, Fang Yuan helped Xia Lin become the mermaid saintess. In this life, he directly made a move in advance and supported Xia Lin's force first. In the following period of time, Xia Lin would deal with various forces and GU master experts. She would establish her own force according to Fang Yuan's instructions. Even if she did something wrong, there was still a will left behind by Fang Yuan in the formation to guide her and help her fill in the gaps. Regarding Xia Lin's investment, it was not even a drop in the ocean. What truly made Fang Yuan pay a price was repairing the underwater formation. Fang Yuan's Earth Path attainment level had increased, it made up for his shortcomings and he quickly found a good method to repair it. His formation path attainment level was at Grandmaster level. He could not use natural Dao marks yet, so he used immortal materials. These immortal materials that were placed here were his greatest expenditure. Mid-sized missions not only had higher difficulty, they also needed the GU immortal to pay a price. Merit points were not so easy to earn. Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. This mission gave him 100 merit points. This was the highest reward for a mid-sized mission. His performance in setting up the formation was perfect. Thus, he completely occupied the first place on the merit board. The sudden increase of 100 merit points made others feel discouraged. This time, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave. He started to study the merit board. His Earth Path attainment level had risen to Grandmaster level. Could he comprehend this immortal GU house? If he could comprehend it and use some methods, could he create a loophole in the merit obelisk and refine this immortal GU house? Earlier, Fang Yuan followed the rules, but that could not be helped. Deep down, he had never given up on the merit obelisk. After a while, Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with disappointment. The merit obelisk had the profundity of Earth Path, but it also included Sound Path, Human Path, and Heaven Path. In terms of composition, Earth Path and Sound Path were only supplementary. The true core was Human Path and Heaven Path. If I want to comprehend it thoroughly, I would need to be at least Great Grandmaster in each of these 4 paths to have any hope. After realizing this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly to himself. Refining the merit obelisk in a short period of time was an unrealistic hope. But it made sense. Before Fang Yuan, who knew how many GU immortals had come here? These predecessors definitely had their own strengths, but they could not do anything to this rank 8 immortal GU house. Fang Yuan's foundation in this aspect was not strong. How could he easily refine this rank 8 immortal GU house? There was no breakthrough in this aspect, so Fang Yuan could only follow the usual routine and continue to accept and complete missions according to the rules. When his merit points reached over 900, Shen Xiao shouted excitedly under the merit obelisk, "I finally found it, so it was this is the title of this good person." At this moment, Shen Xiao's eyes were brimming with tears. He could not wait to report this discovery to Shen Songsheng. Soon, Shen clan's GU immortals experienced a surge in merit points. Following them were Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and the rest. 4 echelons appeared on the merit list. The first group was Fang Yuan. He was the only one in the lead. The second group was led by Shen Songsheng. Shen clan's GU immortals were chasing after him. The third group was Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. As Shen clan's subordinates, Shen Clan's GU immortals only told them this secret after some time. The fourth group was led by Miao Ming Shen and the rest. They had not discovered anything yet. After completing another mission, Fang Yuan's merit points rose to over 1,000. He looked at the merit board and smiled internally. They finally found the title of good person? These people are really unlucky. Maybe it is because of my luck suppression. He came to the obelisk and started to exchange for his reward. After spending 1,000 merit points, Fang Yuan obtained the title of very good person. Chapter 1913. Beehive Island was a very peculiar island. The entire island was a huge dark yellow beehive. There were countless holes on the surface of the beehive. The interior was even more intricate with countless tunnels. A rank 6 GU immortal with a broad back and thin waist, wearing jade green armor, was inside the beehive. This person was one of Miao Ming Shen's followers, Feng Jiang. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The densely packed red thread venomous beasts shot towards Feng Jiang from all directions. Red thread earthworms could shoot themselves out with a single movement. They were extremely fast. Feng Jiang could only see traces of red light. Red thread earthworms had sharp attacks. Groups of red thread earthworms could force desolate beasts to retreat. Feng Jiang retreated as he fought. He was under huge pressure. After a while, his forehead was covered in sweat. His battle strength far surpassed desolate beasts. He had many killer moves. But the mission he took was to pacify the red thread earthworm disaster on Beehive Island, to restore balance to the ecology of Beehive Island. If Feng Jiang used unscrupulous methods and attacked fiercely, he could easily get rid of these red thread earthworms. But that way, Beehive Island would suffer a huge blow. Feng Jiang's merit points would be pitifully low. Damn it. Feng Jiang was wary. He could only retreat, flying out of the beehive and floating in the air. The red thread earthworms were still chasing after him. They shot out in the air and chased after Feng Jiang. From the countless holes, large numbers of red threads shot out. Feng Jiang sighed as he flew away from the beehive, causing these red thread earthworms to return in vain. Red thread earthworms fell from the sky but did not die. Their bodies were soft and tough. After coiling around the surface of the beehive for a while, they went back into the beehive. They did not go through the original holes in the beehive. Instead, they went through the walls of the beehive. This was a huge blow to Beehive Island. There are too many red thread earthworms. There might even be desolate beasts inside. After all, I took on a mid-sized mission. There is another problem. The deeper I go, the narrower the tunnels inside the beehive. It is very disadvantageous to me. Beehive Island was already riddled with holes by the red thread earthworms. If Feng Jiang fought inside, the entire Beehive Island would be destroyed. Feng Jiang was silent for a long time before making up his mind. He opened his immortal aperture's entrance and summoned a large group of wasps. These wild bees were very elite. Each of them had rank 5 battle strength. Their leader's aura was even more vigorous. It was a wild wasp. The shape of the wasp's abdomen was peculiar. It was not ellipsoidal, but gyroscopic. The waist was the widest, and it extended from the waist all the way to the tail, becoming smaller and smaller. On the surface of the gyroscope-like abdomen, there were black spiral patterns that were quite eye-catching. All the wild bees were covered with thick fur, and their wings were large and wide. They were yellow gyroscope bees. Feng Jiang's immortal aperture raised a large number of wild bees. Yellow gyroscope bee was one of them. It had a special status. Although ordinary wild bees formed groups, they were all of the same species. Different kinds of wild bees did not live together. However, yellow gyroscope wasps could not only live together with other wasps, but they could also reproduce and nurture other wasps, helping to strengthen their colony. Yellow gyroscope bees could be said to be the core bee species of Feng Jiang's immortal aperture. Feng Jiang was an Eastern Sea GU immortal. He had abundant cultivation resources. He had many kinds of bee colonies in his immortal aperture, and more than 10 desolate beast bees. Yellow gyroscope bees had always been heavily nurtured by him, but he only had 3 desolate beast-level yellow gyroscope bees. This time, Feng Jiang took out this group of yellow gyroscope bees. He had paid a huge price. Under Feng Jiang's command, The yellow gyroscope bees buzzed like a yellowish-brown cloud, entering the beehive. There were still bee groups on Beehive Island, but compared to the red thread earthworms, they were at a disadvantage. With the help of the yellow gyroscope bees, the bee groups were chaotic for a while before they started to counterattack, attacking the red thread earthworms at the bottom of Beehive Island. This was a battle of life and death for the entire tribe. It was naturally very intense. Beehive Island continued to shake, large numbers of cracks appeared on the surface and were expanding rapidly. Feng Jiang was already prepared. He immediately used all sorts of methods to repair the beehive. He let the bee groups attack while he became the babysitter. He was lucky. When the red thread earthworms lost a lot of their numbers, the only desolate beast red thread earthworm retreated without a fight. It led the tribe and left the beehive. Feng Jiang looked at the sea. Millions of red thread earthworms converged into a huge red current that moved far away. He heaved a long sigh. The burden on his heart was finally lifted. He hesitated for a moment. Should he continue to pursue and kill these red thread vipers, or should he just ignore them? While he hesitated, the red thread earthworms had already entered the deep sea. Feng Jiang gave up on chasing them. Fighting in the deep sea was like pulling a hair and affecting the whole body. Moreover, there were many sea beasts in this sea region. It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble. I should repair this beehive island first. This repair process took him a day and a night's worth of effort. Not only was the beehive island completely repaired, Feng Jiang even reinforced many crucial areas. At the same time, he took out a lot of honey and special plants from his immortal aperture. After doing all this, Beehive Island was completely renewed. Not only was the ecology balanced, there was even more potential for development than before. This is already a mid-sized resource point. Feng Jiang sighed. If possible, he wanted to take this Beehive Island for himself. But this was related to the merit mission, and he was restricted by Paradise Earth. Feng Jiang could only give up on this thought regretfully. After returning to the merit obelisk, Feng Jiang looked at his merit points. He found that after completing this mission, his merit points had increased by over 80. Feng Jiang was stunned before regretting. I did not reach 100 merit points. It seems that I did not do it perfectly. I should have exterminated the red thread earthworms back then. If I let them go, Beehive Island will be invaded by them again. That's not right. The mission was for me to balance Beehive Island's ecology. Did I really do it? Actually, I did not. The so-called ecology, even though the core is Beehive Island, the surrounding sea area is also a part of Beehive Island's ecology. I only modified Beehive Island. I did not touch the surrounding sea area. This was my mistake. Thinking of this, Feng Jiang sighed. A few days ago, Fang Yuan returned to the merit obelisk. After seeing the list, he immediately understood the situation and told Miao Mingshen's group about the secret of the good person title. Feng Jiang then exchanged for the good person title. He could take on mid-sized missions. Right now, he completed his first mid-sized mission, but he was not in a good mood. This was not only because he did not understand the mission's content, more importantly, he had put in a lot of effort in this mission. In order to gain merit points, he could not take back the yellow gyroscope bees. Of course, this was the correct exchange. After all, merit points were related to Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Feng Jiang gave up his bees to gain merit points. He could exchange for an immortal GU after accumulating 10,000 merit point. This transaction was definitely worth it. Because in the outside world, Feng Jiang did not have such a channel to obtain immortal GU. No matter how many desolate beasts he had, he could not exchange for an immortal GU. But the difficulty of the mid-sized mission is really high. I specialize in raising bees. This mission is suitable for me, but I only gained 80 or so merit points. What about the other missions? Feng Jiang looked at the obelisk. There were many missions there, but he could not take them. For example, the mission to repair the immortal formation, Feng Jiang did not have the methods to do so. Or the mission to heal an ancient desolate beast, Feng Jiang's healing methods were useless. Feng Jiang suddenly realized why Fang Yuan wanted to keep the good person title a secret. As long as he took the lead, Fang Yuan would be able to get missions that were suitable for him. He would be able to accumulate merit points rapidly. But Feng Jiang thought about it and felt something was amiss. No, even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. Even so, Chu Ying's efficiency in accumulating merit points is too high. He had completed almost every mission perfectly. Is transformation path really so useful? At this time, Feng Jiang was stunned. Beside him, white light flashed. Fang Yuan appeared in front of him. Lord Chu Ying. Feng Jiang took the initiative to bow. Fang Yuan nodded at him, his gaze moving to the obelisk. On the surface of the monument, his merit suddenly shot up from the bottom, surpassing the majority of the people, and ascended to the top 3. My merit points rose by 500 at once. Feng Jiang saw this and his heart shook. I spent another 1,000 merit points to exchange for the good person title, so I can take on higher ranked missions. Fang Yuan said with a smile. Feng Jiang was stunned again. He bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord, for your guidance. Fang Yuan nodded. He walked to another obelisk and exchanged for the 3rd good person title. His merit points fell by 500. He was at the bottom again. Feng Jiang opened his mouth. He was very curious about Fang Yuan's choice, but he was very tactful. Fang Yuan did not say, so he naturally would not ask. But Feng Jiang was sure that Fang Yuan had exchanged for something extremely useful. Calculating the time, they should be back by now. Fang Yuan walked to Feng Jiang's side. He did not take on any more missions. Feng Jiang nodded. He knew that the they Fang Yuan was referring to Miao Mingshen and the rest. He replied, should be. Feng Jiang was not outstanding among Miao Mingshen's group. He had already completed his mission and the other 3 would be back soon. Fang Yuan did not mind waiting for a short while. As expected, Miao Mingshen and the rest returned soon and saw Fang Yuan. Feng Jiang then told the secret of the good person title to Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen had a thought. The good person title can take on medium-ranked missions, the good person can take on large-ranked missions. This is the same, knowing the good person title. The secret of the good person title is actually not a secret, you can easily associate it. But even so, Miao Mingshen was still very grateful to Fang Yuan. Because before this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to remind him about the good person title. But Shen family, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest hid it from them. The order of the merit board was very important. Many rewards were unique, first come, first served. Brother Miao does not need to be afraid of Shen Tsongsheng. I am confident that when I teleport out, I can stay far away from Shen Tsongsheng and the rest. The distance is enough for us to leave safely. Fang Yuan lied, but Miao Mingshen and the rest were shocked. Gui Qiyi frowned. Is it a type of reward from the merit obelisk? Yes. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not know about it. Miao Mingshen and the rest believed him. Why? Look at Chu Ying's attitude towards Shen Tsongsheng. He was courting death. He was so fearless. He definitely had something to rely on. Fang Yuan added, I can take on large-ranked missions. This is not something I can do alone, I need your help. Saying so, he took the large-ranked mission on the obelisk and shared it with Miao Mingshen and the rest. Miao Mingshen and the rest were shaken. They received the mission information at the same time. Their expressions changed. There was such a thing. In fact, this secret was discovered by Miao Mingshen himself in the previous life. The good person title allowed him to share missions with others. For GU Immortals, a medium-ranked mission was very difficult. If they had help, it would be easier. Even though the merit points were less, the efficiency of completing missions increased. In the long run, the benefits far outweighed the disadvantages. Miao Mingshen could choose to accept it or not. Fang Yuan could share missions, but he could not force others to accept them. Miao Mingshen only thought about it for a while before accepting this mission. He had just completed a medium-ranked mission. He felt the same as Feng Jiang. Fang Yuan cultivated all paths. That was why he could do it so easily. Meanwhile, Miao Mingshen and the rest were normal GU Immortals. They only cultivated one path. Most of the time, only some missions were suitable for them. Chapter 1914. 5 white lights flashed in the sky, bringing Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshen, and the rest from the merit obelisk here. The 5 of them were familiar with the mission. They looked down and activated their investigative killer moves. Fang Yuan took the lead and looked around carefully. Although his investigative skills had always been his weakness, that was only for himself. Compared to Miao Mingsheng and the rest, his shortcomings were not something Miao Mingsheng and the rest could compare to. This was a vast sea area. The sea was turbulent, thousands of waves were set off, countless sea beasts were moving in the waves. In this sea, there were 5 small islands. One was Jade Island. There were countless jade pillars on the island, clanking when the wind blew. One was White Bone Island. There were only a few bone beasts. One was Hidden Space Island. It was faintly discernible, it seemed to be a void. One was Sword Wind Island. There were 3 tornadoes on the island, they did not stop all year round. One was Treasure Moon Island. The island was in the shape of a crescent moon. The island was always shrouded in darkness, every inch of sand on the island shone with faint moonlight. Among the 5 islands, 3 of them had already begun to drift along with the current. Among them, Sword Wind Island had the fastest current, it was chaotic. As for the remaining 2 islands, Jade Island was in danger, the pillars under the island were already damaged, after a while, it would start to drift in the sea like the other 3 small islands. As for Hidden Space Island, it was very stable, it had been firmly guarding in the distance. This was because this island was filled with phantom path Dao marks. The culprit for the island's drift was the impact currents that spread in the depths of the sea. This kind of current was huge to the point of endangering the bottom of the sea. Suppressing the current, reorganizing the ecology of this sea area, and restoring the 5-island chain of the past, this was the content of this large-scale mission. Fang Yuan started to calculate and deduce in his mind. All the signs showed that this sea area was originally formed with the 5-island chain as the core. It formed an ingenious ecology. The impact currents did not exist before, but now they were like a shark that suddenly entered a calm lotus pond, causing severe damage to the ecology of the sea area. While Fang Yuan was deducing, Miao Mingsheng and the rest also gradually included the entire sea area into the scope of investigation. They frowned with solemn expressions. This is a large-scale mission. The difficulty is several times higher than mid-sized missions. Immortal Hua Dai's heart sank. Feng Jiang's expression was ugly, he thought to himself, I tried my best to balance the Beehive Island's ecology, but it was not perfect. The large-scale mission this time was not to balance the ecosystem, but to reorganize it. The situation of every island was more serious than that of Beehive Island. Furthermore, the 5 islands are only a part of the mission. There's still a large area of the sea and the impact currents at the bottom of the sea. The roots are intertwined. To reorganize the ecology of the sea, we need to peel off the silk from the cocoon and comb through it one by one. Without wisdom path GU immortals, we would need to continuously experiment and improve step by step. Gui Qi sighed in his heart. Miao Mingsheng was calculating the inputs and outputs. I just finished a mid-sized mission, I expended a lot of rank 7 immortal materials. I'm afraid the resources, celestial core power, and energy needed to reorganize the ecology here will be an extremely huge figure. The more Miao Mingsheng and the rest observed, the faster their fighting spirit fell. The difficulty of the large-scale mission made them shrink back. In fact, they were already regretting it. Blindly following Fang Yuan to take a large-scale mission was not a wise decision. Brother Chu, let's discuss this. At this point, Miao Mingsheng could only smile bitterly. He went to discuss with Fang Yuan. He did not intend to give up. Taking the mission did not mean they could give up on it. In fact, if they wanted to give up on the mission, they would need to obtain another title. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. Using the time path clone and his main body to deduce at the same time, he had already obtained a perfect plan. He waved his hand at Miao Mingsheng. Brother Miao, I have a plan, follow my arrangements and we will definitely complete this mission. Miao Mingsheng was stunned, even though he did not believe it, he did not retort, he nodded. Brother Chu, please instruct us, we will do our best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Miao is too polite, we will work together to complete this mission. It will be beneficial to both of us. If we complete a large-scale mission well, the rewards will be several times that of a mid-sized mission. I'm just afraid we won't be able to complete it well. Miao Mingsheng sighed in his heart, but did not say it out loud. He did not have much confidence, He could only pin his hopes on Fang Yuan now. But he felt comfortable listening to Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan did not act high and mighty, but had an equal and cooperative attitude. This was unlike Shen Songsheng. Brother Miao, please occupy Jade Island and prevent the current from crashing into it. Gui Chi Yi, please station yourself on Swordwind Island and make sure it does not roam around. Feng Jiang, Fairy Hua Dai, please guard Jade Island and Whitebone Island respectively, and guard against the current. I will go deal with Hidden Space Island first. Fang Yuan made the arrangements. Miao Mingshen's group did not have any clues, so they followed Fang Yuan's instructions. With the four immortals taking action, the situation on the island was quickly alleviated. It no longer drifted with the current, its drifting speed decreased sharply, it was restricted to a certain area. Seeing Fang Yuan land on Hidden Space Island, the four immortals could not help but feel suspicious. Hidden Space Island is a phantom path island. It is the most stable part of the entire sea area's ecology. It is also the easiest part of the entire mission. Why does Chu Ying want to deal with this island first? He should deal with the other islands first before dealing with Hidden Space Island. After all, this island does not exist. Dealing with this island first will instead become an obstacle for the other islands. In my opinion, we should deal with the crashing into the current. This is the main culprit behind the collapse of the Five Islands chain. To reorganize the ecology here, we must deal with it step by step from the source. Fang Yuan landed on Hidden Space Island and quickly flew out. His speed was so fast that Miao Mingshen and the rest were surprised. Fang Yuan entered Whitebone Island. Under Immortal Hua Dai's gaze, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials from his immortal aperture and casually scattered them. He is actually setting up a formation. Immortal Hua Dai was seeing Fang Yuan setting up a formation for the first time. Fang Yuan's method of setting up the formation was extremely skilled. The entire process was smooth like flowing water. Immortal Hua Dai felt a deep sense of joy when she saw it. Soon, Fang Yuan's subformation was set up. Immortal Hua Dai's mouth opened wide in shock. She could not close it. Chu Ying can actually use immortal materials to set up a formation. Doesn't this mean that he has the attainments of a grandmaster in the Tao of formations? So he is not a transformation path GU immortal, he is a formation path GU immortal. No, that's not right. Back then, he defeated GE Wen and saved us. He clearly used transformation path methods. Don't tell me he cultivates two paths. It was rare for GU immortals to cultivate two paths, but it was not unheard of. But for Fang Yuan to be so proficient in both paths and have such deep attainment, that was very rare. Whitebone Island's subformation was set up. Fang Yuan activated this subformation and connected it with the main formation on Hidden Space Path. Under the effect of the immortal formation, Whitebone Island shook intensely before fixing itself on the surface of the sea, showing no signs of drifting. Immortal Hua Dai finally understood Fang Yuan's intention, so he is using Hidden Space Island as the foundation to guide the other islands and fix them in place. Wonderful! The Hidden Sky Island is the perfect base for us. Because the impact currents cannot do anything to this island. But Immortal Hua Dai immediately thought of the weakness of this method, but the other islands are being guided by Hidden Space Island. This is the effect of the formation, but these islands are still affected by the impact currents. The GU formations on the islands are constantly damaged. As time passes and the GU formations are destroyed, these islands will still drift with the currents. Fang Yuan had no intention of explaining to Immortal Hua Dai. Next, he landed on the remaining 3 islands and set up a formation, fixing them in place temporarily. Miao Mingshen and the rest looked at Fang Yuan with a complex gaze. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment shocked them. An array formation grandmaster was a rare sight. And the transformation path attainment that Fang Yuan displayed earlier was also extraordinary. With such strength, Fang Yuan became even more mysterious in the hearts of the immortals. However, fixing 5 islands for now is just a good start. The true problem is the impact currents on the islands. Without water path methods, how can we deal with these currents? Miao Mingshen and the rest discussed. In Dragon Whale Paradise, they could not transmit directly, but they could use information path mortal GU like carrier pigeon GU. The impact currents rampaging in this sea area were too huge. The only thing Miao Mingxin and the rest could think of was to use immortal methods to bombard the impact currents, causing them to break apart bit by bit. This method was very stupid, and it consumed a lot of time, celestial core power, and so on. There was also a big drawback, which was that the impact current would cause serious damage to the surrounding sea. But other than that, Miao Mingxin and the rest had no good ideas. Boom! At this time, Fang Yuan floated in the sky, activating the GU formation. The 5 islands shot out pillars of light that shot into the sky. The GU formation's power surged, breaking through its original limit. So this is the true power of the formation. Miao Mingxin and the rest's expressions changed. They were shocked. These 5 islands had dense Dao marks. They could be seen as huge immortal materials. Fang Yuan's immortal formation naturally included them in the scope that he could use. I am going to start drawing in the impact currents. Everyone, please guard the islands. During this period, if there are any sea beasts or huge waves, you will need to take action. Fang Yuan shouted, his voice spreading throughout the sea area. Miao Mingxin and the rest quickly responded, expressing that they would do their best. The formation buzzed, the 5 pillars of light gradually dissipated, turning into pure white light snow that filled the sky. The light snow soaked into the seawater, dyeing the seawater around the islands with white light phantoms. It was beautiful. In this white light phantom, the impact currents were like blue whales that were attracted by fish and prawns. They slowly moved their bodies and swam faster and faster, crashing towards Jade Island at the front. Miao Mingxin, who was on Jade Island, gritted his teeth. He was under huge pressure, he became nervous, he was on full alert. If the immortal formation's protection was not enough, the impact of such a current could completely shatter Jade Island. Boom! The impact currents collided with the formation, causing an earth-shattering explosion. A huge wave, as tall as 100 feet, crashed towards Jade Island. Miao Mingxin immediately flew up and shouted, activating a killer move to resist. The impact currents were hit by this collision, slowly changing direction, turning to the left of Jade Island. But before it could go far, it was pulled back by the immortal formation of the second White Bone Island. The one guarding the White Bone Island was immortal Hua Dai. She saw the current coming towards her and almost couldn't help but moan. In the discussion of Miao Mingxin and the others, the impact currents had to be repelled and weakened. The best result was to completely break them up. But Fang Yuan's move was to lure the impact currents to hit the island. This was exactly the situation that Miao Mingxin and the others wanted to avoid. Isn't Chu Ying a little too crazy? Immortal Hua Dai soon had no time to think. After the impact currents hit the White Bone Island, the entire formation made a terrifying creaking sound, and then set off huge waves. There were also many sea beasts in the waves. Immortal Hua Dai used all her strength to resist. Just like this, under Fang Yuan's continuous guidance, the impact currents hit the 5 islands one after another. Each time they hit, the power of the current would decrease by a layer, then it would go around the island and be led to the next place. After the impact current crashed into the last island, its power and momentum were less than half of what it was before. At this time, Fang Yuan activated the formation again, making the impact currents go around the island, turning around and crashing towards the second last island. Thus, the GU immortals guarding the islands felt their hearts jump again. After the impact currents hit the island 5 times, they returned to Jade Island. The power of the impact currents was almost gone. They almost turned into ordinary currents. The 5 islands shook lightly. The immortal formation completely stabilized. The impact currents quickly calmed down, starting to flow evenly from the beginning to the end. But the 4 GU immortals on the island felt a huge wave in their heart. They never expected Fang Yuan to deal with the impact currents like this. Although the impact currents still existed, they had become a protective layer around the islands. Around the 5 islands, the impact currents flowed rapidly, far faster than ordinary seawater, firmly protecting the 5 islands while helping the immortal formation to stabilize the position of the 5 islands. If Miao Mingxin and the others' plan was used to destroy the impact currents, this sea area would definitely be destroyed beyond recognition. Fang Yuan's move cleverly avoided this drawback. instead making full use of the impact currents, the disaster became a blessing, greatly enhancing the natural foundation of this sea area. This was simply a stroke of genius. Miao Ming-shen and the others were all in awe. To achieve this, the difficulty was simply too great. Not to mention the arrangement of the immortal formation, even water path GU immortals did not have the ability to guide the impact currents. And to perfectly weaken the impact currents, rigorous calculations were needed. When the impact currents returned to Jade Island, their power had to be weakened to almost nothing. A little more or a little less would greatly affect the overall situation. It would not be possible to achieve the perfect balance of the current. The overall situation is set. Next, I will ask you to repair the immortal formation and the ecology of the islands. You can ignore the impact currents. Fang Yuan smiled. He was quite satisfied with this result. In the future, if impact currents appeared again and hit the islands, they would be swallowed by the surrounding protective currents under the effect of the immortal formation. Chapter 1915. The impact current was like a hungry tiger, but under Fang Yuan's arrangements, it became a house cat that guarded the 5 islands. When Fang Yuan accomplished this, the situation was set. Next was to clean up the mess. This was not difficult, but it was complicated and consumed time and energy. Fang Yuan did not care about it. Thus, Fang Yuan negotiated with Miao Ming-shen, Feng Jiang and Fairy Hua Dai were left here, while the rest returned with him. With a flash of white light, Fang Yuan, Miao Ming-shen, and Gui Qiyi returned to the starting island. Ren Xiaoping was thinking about the missions on the Merit Obelisk. He was an enslavement path GU immortal. He enslaved many desolate beasts and a small number of ancient desolate beasts. These existences each had their own strengths. He had many methods to deal with. However, even so, Ren Xiaoping felt the difficulty of mid-sized missions. Fang Yuan and the rest appeared beside him. His heart jumped as he thought, why did these 3 appear at the same time? Is it a coincidence? Fang Yuan nodded at Ren Xiaoping with a smile. Ren Xiaoping was stunned. He did not know how to respond to Fang Yuan's unexpected attitude. Fang Yuan walked to his side as the words on the obelisk changed, revealing all the large-sized missions. Fang Yuan only took a glance before quickly taking one of them. Next, he shared this mission with Miao Ming-shen and Gui Qiyi. At the next moment, white light flashed again as the 3 of them vanished on the spot. Ren Xiaoping witnessed the entire process. His expression turned grim. The mission that Chu Ying took is completely different from mine. It is of a higher level. It seems that his merit points fell earlier because he obtained a new title. He can take on a higher level mission. This title is likely to be Great Good Person. Good Person title could take on mid-sized missions. Great Good Person title could take on large-sized missions. This was a simple relationship that GU immortals could easily link to from the names. But the problem was, even if they thought of it, what could they do? Mid-sized missions are already so difficult. Large-sized missions must be even more difficult. Ren Xiaoping was gloomy. Also, why are Miao Ming-shen and Gui Qiyi working together with Chu Ying? Can they accept the same mission? This discovery made Ren Xiaoping's heart palpitate. Some mid-sized missions were very difficult, but if there was someone to help, this difficulty could be mitigated. Although many people complete the mission together, the merit will be distributed. But as long as he controlled it properly, the efficiency of completing the mission would increase, and the rewards would be much higher. Isn't that what Chu Ying is doing? Ren Xiaoping was very astute. After thinking for a moment, he understood Fang Yuan's intentions. Fang Yuan did not intend to hide it. In fact, he had deliberately leaked it. Miao Ming-shen's group could be fought over. Why couldn't Ren Xiaoping? The hatred from before. Could hatred be compared to the benefits in front of them? Ren Xiaoping was not a lunatic. It was precisely because of his shrewdness that there was a possibility of cooperation. As for Ren Xiaoping and the Shen family, there must be an alliance between them. But it didn't matter. There were rewards on the Merit Obelisk that could remove the restrictions on the GU Immortal. Even without Fang Yuan's reminder, Ren Xiaoping had already seen it. The second large-sized mission was naturally more difficult than the mid-sized mission, but it was not a problem for Fang Yuan. After spending some effort, Fang Yuan opened up the situation, leaving Miao Ming-shun and Gui Qiyi to clean up the mess. When he returned to the merit obelisk, he waited for a while before Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang teleported back. Once they returned, the first large-sized mission was officially completed. Fang Yuan obtained more than 500 merit points, while Miao Mingshun's group had varying amounts of merit points. They were all around 80. Fang Yuan looked at the changes on the merit board and calculated, this large-sized mission had a total of 973 merit points. Fang Yuan, Miao Mingshun, and the rest split the 900 merit points. Fang Yuan, who was the leader, had the majority. 500 merit points was about the same as when he completed the large-sized mission alone. However, the amount of time and effort that Fang Yuan spent was greatly reduced. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang looked at each other, seeing the joy in each other's eyes. In this mission, they first helped Fang Yuan resist the waves, then took care of all sorts of miscellaneous tasks. They only had to spend some immortal essence, time, and effort, but they could obtain more than 80 merit points. Feng Jiang thought about the Beehive Island mission that he completed alone. He used a group of bees, including the desolate beast yellow gyroscope bees, but he only obtained 80 merit points. Comparing the two, it was much easier to complete the large-sized mission with Fang Yuan. The rewards were much greater. Go and meet up with Miao Ming-shun and the rest. We will complete the second mission together. I suggest that we take a team title together. With a team title, we can communicate with each other. Fang Yuan suggested. A team title was not cheap, it required 100 merit points. But Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai did not hesitate. They listened to Fang Yuan's suggestion and took the title. Fang Yuan shared the second mission with them. Feng Jiang and Immortal Hua Dai teleported out to meet up with Miao Ming-shun and Gui Qiyi. Fang Yuan then took the third large-sized mission and left first. Miao Ming-shun and the rest completed the second mission and returned to the receiving island. The four immortals' merit points on the merit board increased slightly. Miao Ming-shun and Gui Qiyi also spent their merit points to take the team title. The four immortals could communicate with Fang Yuan at any time. Fang Yuan happened to open up the situation on the other side, so he shared the mission with Miao Ming-shun and the rest. Miao Ming-shun and the rest placed their hands on the obelisk and took the mission that Fang Yuan shared with them. Miao Ming-shun and the rest teleported to Fang Yuan's side. Fang Yuan gave them some pointers before returning to the merit obelisk to look at the next mission. Fang Yuan's advantage of cultivating all paths was fully displayed here. Many of the missions were difficult to complete even for Shen Songsheng, but in Fang Yuan's eyes, most of the missions had a solution. What he needed to do was to filter these missions and prioritize the missions with the highest rewards. With the cooperation of Miao Ming-shun and the rest, Fang Yuan saved a lot of time and energy. Miao Ming-shun and the rest also hugged onto Fang Yuan's thick thighs. Their merit points increased steadily. It was a win-win situation for both sides, but for Shen Songsheng, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest, it was an extremely bad situation. These people watched as Miao Ming-shun and the rest's merit points increased step by step on the merit board, surpassing them and becoming the first echelon. They were angry and hateful, but there was nothing they could do. Looking at Fang Yuan's merit points, he had already accumulated several thousand. It could be said that he was far ahead of the rest of the immortals. Such a huge realization made the immortals lose any desire to chase after him. Immortal GU can be exchanged for tens of thousands of merit points, but for Chu Ying, it is not far. Many people saw this and had complex emotions. They were filled with envy and disappointment. It's really strange, how can Chu Ying complete so many different missions so smoothly? He must know many secrets of this place. It is a pity that we cannot attack him casually. Miao Ming-shun and the rest are really lucky. How did they manage to get to know Chu Ying? The immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. Shen Songsheng's side, he had sighed more times in the last 10 days than in the past few years combined. The ranking on the merit board was very eye-catching. Shen Songsheng's ranking was below Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang. He was a Grand Rank 8 GU Immortal. But he could not compare to two rank 6 GU immortals. How could he maintain his reputation? How could he endure this? If I can take on large-scale missions, my rank 8 strength will be fully displayed. By then, my merit points will rise by a lot. But how can I get others to take on the same missions as me? It was easy to think of the title of being a good person, but what about the title of sharing missions? This needed to be tested. And trying would test the luck of Shen Songsheng and the rest. They would need to expend their merit points. This was undoubtedly adding insult to injury to their already terrible situation of falling behind. I can get Shen Clan's GU immortals to contribute merit points. But what about Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua? If I do this, won't I push them towards Chu Ying? Shen Songsheng was wary. He knew that his influence was slipping. After knowing that the alliance agreements on GU immortals could be removed by the rewards in the merit obelisk, Shen Songsheng became more cautious in his relationship with Ren Xiaoping and the rest. Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and the rest worked together to complete missions. They were much more advanced. Shen Songsheng wanted to copy them. He wanted to unite Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. Their paths were something that his Shen clan lacked. Shen Songsheng was already regretting it. He should not have forced Miao Ming Shen and the rest to use their merit points to exchange for rewards. This caused the immortals to lose their trust in him. It was a wise move back then, but now it seemed like it was a huge mistake. This could not be blamed on Shen Songsheng. He knew nothing about the merit obelisk after all. The decision he made at that time was undoubtedly correct under the circumstances at that time. There were many types of missions on the merit obelisk. Mid-sized missions became difficult from the start. If there was a corresponding path, the difficulty of the mission would be much lower. Thus, the more paths one had, the more advantageous it was for completing missions. Fang Yuan had already united Miao Ming Shen and the rest. After suffering a loss, Shen Songsheng learned his lesson and tried to win over Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua. His prestige as a rank 8 was still there. Ren Xiaoping's alliance agreement had not been removed, and most importantly, Ren Xiaoping had enmity with Miao Ming Shen and Chu Ying. All these factors caused Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua to stay by Shen clan's side. When Fang Yuan came to the merit obelisk again, a new large mission appeared. The demonic immortal imprisoned in Regret Crying Sea has lost his mind. Please cooperate with the formation to kill him. Regret Crying Sea appeared. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He accepted this mission without hesitation. At this time, missions related to Merman City had already appeared 4 times, but the Mermaid Saintess selection had not started yet. Fang Yuan's rebirth had greatly changed the missions on the merit obelisk. With this mission, Fang Yuan could collect Regret GU in advance. This was a good thing. Chapter 1916. The sky was gloomy, the wind was evil, and the waves were surging. This was the Regret Crying Sea region, and Fang Yuan, Miao Ming Shen, and the rest had already entered this place for a long time. I regret it. I shouldn't have killed so many people. I regret it. I shouldn't have run away to seek power. If only I could stay by my parents' side and fulfill my filial duties. I repent. I deceived everyone. I hid the immortal GU. I let my most trusted friend take the blame and obtained the benefits myself. The cries were like an immortal killer move, entering the immortals' ears and disturbing their emotions. This was already the center of the Regret Crying Sea region. Miao Mingshen and the rest stayed in the sky and waited patiently as they looked at Fang Yuan, who was deep in thought. Even if they did not have much array formation foundation, they could still detect the majestic array at the bottom of the sea. This was obviously the work of the giant sun immortal. It made Miao Mingshen and the rest feel small just by looking at it. It was the same for Fang Yuan in his previous life. He had once lamented that this array was as vast as the starry sky. If he wanted to comprehend all the mysteries of this array, he would need at least 10 years. But now, that time had been greatly reduced. I'll need around 8 years to fully comprehend it, and I'll be able to understand this array like the back of my hand. Fang Yuan thought. The reason for this improvement was none other than Fang Yuan's Earth Path realm. In his previous life, Fang Yuan's Earth Dao was not at the Grandmaster level, and this array was a Super Earth Dao Immortal array. There is no movement from Regret GU. Fang Yuan stared at a place at the center of the seabed. This was not a good situation, but Fang Yuan was not surprised. In order to stay in the dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan destroyed the Stone Lotus Island in advance. Without the Stone Lotus Island, Regret Gu's venerable method had no destination. How could it be activated? According to the historical memories Fang Yuan obtained on the Stone Lotus Island, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had once entered the Stone Lotus Island and borrowed Regret Gu. Even though the Stone Lotus Island had the Red Lotus Will and the Red Lotus methods, how could they compare to a living Venerable one? Red Lotus Will compromised, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable successfully borrowed Regret Gu and even wanted to snatch the inheritor from Red Lotus Demon Venerable. This successor was none other than Fang Yuan. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had chosen the Stone Lotus Island, but in this life, he had taken everything from the Stone Lotus Island in advance and rushed to the Dragon Whale Paradise. He wanted to inherit the paradise's true legacy. In my previous life, Regret Gu mutated and flew out to take me away. It hasn't made any movements in this life. It seems like I'll have to do it myself. Fang Yuan came to a realization. Venerables had great methods. Fang Yuan was sent to the Stone Lotus Island by Regret Gu in the previous life. He had no way to resist. Regret Gu did not activate. Fang Yuan was happy to see this situation. After carefully comprehending it for a few hours, Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. He thought for a while before saying to Miao Mingxin and the rest, "To get rid of the demon immortals here, we need to borrow the formation." However, even though Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation was powerful, it could only suppress and seal, it had no offensive power. My idea is to set up a supplementary array outside, then activate the supplementary array to infiltrate the interior of the array and kill the Fiend Immortal. Miao Mingxin and the rest nodded in agreement towards this idea. It would be extremely dangerous to break the formation and release the Fiend Immortal. Just think about it, this mysterious Fiend Immortal was from the same generation as Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died of old age, but this Fiend Immortal was still alive. In terms of lifespan, he had already lived for more than 100,000 years. Who could live for 100,000 years? The one with the longest lifespan, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable, was only 25,000 years. He had lived longer than the Supremacies. Just this point alone made this demon immortal extremely fearsome. Don't overestimate the Fiend Immortal inside the formation. Fang Yuan smiled. This formation has a lifespan extension method other than sealing. It can make this Fiend Immortal sleep and extend his lifespan greatly. That is why he can live for so long. The expressions of Miao Mingxin and the rest eased slightly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly merciful. Not only did he not kill this person, after suppressing the Fiend Immortal, he even extended his lifespan. Does Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable have the Celestial Court's lifespan extension method? According to the Celestial Court's lifespan extension method, not to mention 100,000 years, even 1,000,000 years can be easily extended. Sigh, how can we estimate a Venerable's methods? Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards Miao Mingxin, saying solemnly, "But I want to set up a supplementary formation. I need a Gu Immortal to suppress a formation core. When the supplementary formation is activated, the more Gu Immortals there are, the more formation cores there are, and the stronger the supplementary formation will be. In my plan, I need at least 8 Gu Immortals to suppress the formation cores." Miao Mingxin and the rest stopped sighing. Including Fang Yuan, there were only 5 Gu Immortals here. Fang Yuan's words meant that he wanted to invite more people. He needed at least 3 more. This was a little strange. Because even with Zheng Luozi and Tu Tu Tuor, there was still one vacancy. As for the other Gu Immortals, other than Shen Clan's group, there were Ren Xiuping and Tong Hua. This was clearly not on good terms with Miao Mingxin's group. Shen Clan had bullied them, Ren Xiuping was their enemy, Tong Hua was a traitor. Who should they invite? Gui Qi, Fairy Hua Dai, and Feng Jiang showed troubled expressions. Miao Mingxin laughed heartily, replying with a sincere expression, "Brother Chu, the most important thing now is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. This is a rare opportunity, we should grasp it." What grudge can't we put aside for now? If we want to settle scores, we can do it outside. In my opinion, Zheng Luozi and Tu Chu Tuor can be invited, Ren Xiaoping and Tong Hua can also be invited. If Shen Clan's GU immortals can come, it will be safer. Saying so, Miao Mingshan added, of course, everything is up to you, Brother Chu. Gui Qi Yi and the other immortals' expressions changed. Some wanted to say something, but since Miao Mingshan said so, they had nothing to say. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Miao Mingshan was indeed Miao Mingshan. Fang Yuan said warmly, Brother Miao is righteous and broad-minded, I am in awe. Let's do this. I will set up several supplementary formations and ask the four of you to guard one formation core each, activating the supplementary formations to infiltrate the underwater formation. Next, I will invite the other GU immortals to join us. Miao Mingshan continued, I am friends with Tu Chu Tuor and Zheng Luozi. I can write letters to them and help them make the right decision. Fang Yuan nodded, that would be for the best. Eventually, Fang Yuan obtained several information path mortal GU from Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan not only wrote letters to Tu Chu Tuor and Zheng Luozi, he also wrote letters to his enemies, Ren Xiaoping, Tong Hua, and Shen Clan, to help Fang Yuan invite them. Fang Yuan read the contents of the letters several times. He did not find anything strange. In the letters, Miao Mingshan expressed his sincerity in cooperating, saying that the grudge between them could be put aside for now. He also praised Fang Yuan's methods and urged them to cooperate with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could not help but look at Miao Mingshan in a new light. The truth was, Miao Mingshan's letters were just icing on the cake. There was no qualitative change with or without letters. Fang Yuan was very confident that he could successfully invite more people. Even if Miao Mingshan objected, Fang Yuan would invite other GU immortals. Miao Mingshan clearly knew that he was not irreplaceable. He chose to compromise for the sake of the benefits of the cooperation. If he was not an outstanding talent, who was? The process of recruiting Zheng Luozi and Tu Chu Tuor was extremely smooth. Fang Yuan had only mentioned it once, and they could not wait to join, even having a certain degree of excitement in their hearts. After all, Fang Yuan supported Miao Mingshan's group on the merit board. Even Shen Songsheng was suppressed by them, everyone saw that. Fang Yuan invited Tong Hua. She was hesitant, she said that she needed to consider it. Fang Yuan invited Ren Xiaoping. Ren Xiaoping agreed without thinking. He was much faster than Zheng Luozi and Tu Chu Tuor. Ren Xiaoping even brought a small unexpected news to Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's GU Immortals also wanted to join. The leader of Shen Clan's GU Immortals was the rank 8 GU Immortal Shen Songsheng. Without his permission, the other Shen Clan GU Immortals would not dare to side with Fang Yuan. Thus, Fang Yuan soon met with Shen Songsheng. Fellow Immortal Chu Ying. This time, Shen Songsheng's attitude was very sincere. He treated the rank 7 Chu Ying as an equal rank 8. The reason I came here is because of Celestial Court's information. Not long ago, Duke Long and Qi Si ancestor fought. I'm sure Chu Ying has heard about it. In this battle, I captured Guo Fangjing. To redeem him, Celestial Court gave me an important piece of information. So in this dragon whale paradise, there is a rank 8 immortal GU, Echo Worm. This GU is extremely useful to me, Shen Songsheng, and even Shen Clan. I have been searching for it for many years, but to no avail. Shen Clan is willing to cooperate with Chu Ying. If you see this GU in the Merit Obelisk's reward, please be magnanimous. If we encounter this GU during a mission, my Shen Clan would like to cooperate with you to capture this GU. Shen Clan will reward you handsomely. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Echo Worm? This worm is in the top 10 of the mystical GU list. It can make a sound and anyone who hears it will become a slave if they respond to it. And a rank 8 Echo Worm can already enslave rank 8 GU immortals. Your clan has been searching for such a precious treasure. What sincerity can you show me if you want to cooperate with me? In this dragon whale paradise, we cannot directly set up an alliance agreement. Shen Songsheng laughed loudly. Chu Ying, I have already prepared for this. This cooperation is for the sake of my Shen Clan's reputation. You can use GU worms to record the entire process. And these things are a small portion of my Shen Clan's sincerity. Please accept them, Chu Ying. Saying so, Shen Songsheng took out a huge immortal material and handed it to Fang Yuan. This immortal material's value was so high that even Fang Yuan's heart jumped. Regret Ji was right in front of him, but the immortal materials needed to advance immortal Ji on a large scale were lacking. This immortal material from Shen Songsheng could fill the gap. It was something that Fang Yuan urgently needed. Fang Yuan nodded, accepting this immortal material. Shen Songsheng continued, I heard that Chu Ying's mission involves a super GU formation personally set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. I want to go with you, maybe the Echo Worm is inside. Even if it is not, Shen Clan's GU Immortals can work together to help Chu Ying complete this mission. Chapter 1917. Regret Crying Sea Area. Immortals stood in the air. Miao Ming Shen and the rest each occupied a supplementary formation, activating it as the formation's power continued to seep into the underwater formation. Fang Yuan was setting up an immortal formation. His aura surged, he was still at rank 7 level, his body was covered in a layer of green light, his eyes were filled with blue light that resembled the sea and lightning. With a wave of his hand, a large number of mortal GU flew into the air like a swarm of mosquitoes, circling around and quickly forming a supplementary formation. Next, Fang Yuan took out immortal materials and used killer moves to create the supplementary formation. The newly joined Ren Xiaoping and the rest stared at Fang Yuan with shining gazes. They were silent as they watched him set up the formation. The GU immortals had complex expressions, even Shen Songsheng was the same. Being able to use immortal materials to set up a formation, this is a formation path grandmaster. Chu Ying cultivates transformation path. To think that he has such attainment in formation path as well, this is very rare. How did he cultivate both? I'm afraid he found a way to cultivate transformation path and formation path at the same time. Just like how Celestial Court's Thunder Ghost True Monarch cultivates soul path and lightning path, while 9 Spiritual Fairy cultivates transformation path and enslavement path. It is not as simple as formation path grandmaster attainment. Chu Ying's method of setting up formations is so familiar, and more terrifyingly, he does not lack formation path immortal killer moves. His efficiency in setting up formations is truly rare. The immortals became more shocked as they watched. Fang Yuan's formation path attainment made their hearts shake. With such methods, he can deal with many of the Merit Obelisk's missions. Most of the missions on the Merit Obelisk are to organize the mountains and rivers and harmonize the ecology. This is very beneficial to Chu Ying. No wonder he can complete so many missions. Ordinary formation path GU immortals need to use immortal GU to set up an immortal formation. But Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, he only needs to pay immortal materials. This qualitative change is too terrifying. The GU immortals could not help but feel jealous. They also envied Miao Ming Shen and the rest. They had truly found a powerful backer by getting close to Chu Ying. Ren Xiaoping had already begun to seriously consider whether he should abandon the Shen family after this mission was over and rely on Fang Yuan. Based on the current situation, Fang Yuan was very magnanimous. The enmity between him and Ren Xiaoping had been temporarily thrown to the back of his mind. What worried Ren Xiaoping was that Fang Yuan already had Miao Ming Shen's group by his side. Even Tu Chu Tuor and Zheng Luozi's relationship with Fang Yuan was much better than his. As far as Chu Ying is concerned, he can totally cooperate with anyone he likes. Why would he join hands with someone like me, who is his enemy? Ren Xiaoping's heart moved. Even though Chu Ying is able to use immortal materials to set up formations with his Array Dao Grandmaster realm, it is impossible for him to do so. Therefore, his greatest shackle was immortal materials. If he lacks immortal materials, I can use this to contribute immortal materials and cooperate with him more closely. Ren Xiaoping decided to give up some of his own benefits. Only by doing so could he move Fang Yuan and make him cooperate with him. After setting up this formation, Ren Xiaoping, please go and guard it. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. He had already set it up. This supplementary formation was similar to the previous ones. Even though it was set up in the air, once it was set up, it would sink into the sea. Sure. Ren Xiaoping chuckled as he flew down. He did not inspect the supplementary formation, he directly entered it. Ren Xiaoping did not have formation path attainment. Even if Fang Yuan set up the formation in front of him, he would not be able to see the profundity of this supplementary formation. But he believed in Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. He was not afraid of Fang Yuan plotting against him. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable prohibited GU immortals from attacking each other. It greatly increased the trust between GU immortals. Fang Yuan continued to set up the formation. 1, 2, 3. As GU immortals entered the formation, the supplementary formation became stronger and stronger. Ren Xiaoping's expression turned ugly. Fang Yuan had an endless supply of immortal materials. During this period of time, he saw domination copper, earthly limit astral chi, green jade wind flow, dark inkstone, heaven flying jade. Fang Yuan's wealth made the immortals speechless. Ren Xiaoping even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. With such wealth, how could he compare to the other party? What made Ren Xiaoping feel even more dejected was Fang Yuan's attitude. He used these immortal materials to set up the formation, but he did not even blink. He was decisive. He did not care about these sacrifices at all. Even though Fang Yuan lacked immortal materials, that was for the advancement of immortal GU on a large scale. The immortal materials used to set up the formation here were just a small portion of Fang Yuan's storage. Even if there were 100 of these supplementary formations, Fang Yuan could afford them. Thus, Fang Yuan's behavior, in the eyes of Ren Xiaoping and the other GU immortals, was that he was extremely wealthy. After spending a lot of time and effort, the supplementary formations were finally set up. Shen Songsheng and the rest entered the supplementary formations. These supplementary formations were scattered around the underwater formation. If seen from a bird's eye view, it would look like a peacock spreading its tail. Each supplementary formation was like the core of the peacock's tail. The power they emitted gathered into a stream that flowed into the underwater formation. The supplementary formations looked similar, but they all had their own differences. These were adjustments made by Fang Yuan according to the characteristics of the GU immortals. For example, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation had a lot of space path immortal materials mixed in. It could help him unleash his full potential. Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation had a few empty spots. He could place his desolate beasts inside and display his enslavement path specialty. Other than that, the positions of the supplementary formations were also meticulously arranged. Fang Yuan placed weaker GU immortals like Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang at the periphery. And Shen Songsheng's supplementary formation was the closest to the underwater formation. Fang Yuan also set up a supplementary formation for himself. He entered the supplementary formation. This supplementary formation was a refinement path GU formation. Its only use was to amplify the power of Fang Yuan's refinement path killer moves. Inside the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan activated his killer move Refinement Rain formation. At once, a drizzle fell on the surface of the sea. Countless raindrops entered the underwater formation. The power of refinement path started to activate as GU worms were refined by Fang Yuan. Shen Songsheng and the rest did not feel that this rain was very powerful at first, but after a while, their eyes widened. Because during this period of time, Fang Yuan had already refined the outermost layer of the underwater formation. What killer move is this? It can even break the underwater formation. It seems to be a refinement path killer move. Someone was unsure. Such a powerful refinement path killer move. Does Chu Ying cultivate refinement path as well? Someone felt that this was unimaginable. This should be the effect of his supplementary formation. The GU immortals thought about it for a long time, but still subconsciously chose to believe that this was the effect of Fang Yuan's supplementary formation. If Chu Ying had such terrifying attainment in refinement path, he could actually refine Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's formation. Wouldn't he be cultivating 3 paths at the same time? Ren Xiaoping, Miao Mingshen, and these elite GU immortals who cultivated one path would not be able to accept this. Even though it was just the effect of the supplementary formation, these GU immortals were deeply shaken. Shen Songsheng's pupils shrunk. Compared to the power of the supplementary formation, he was more shocked by Fang Yuan's ambition. He could already see it. The auxiliary formations that he and the others controlled were like iron rods, while the underwater formation was like a tightly stitched wooden box. The power of the supplementary formation seeped into the underwater formation, like iron rods moving wooden boards. And the supplementary formation that Fang Yuan was controlling was the core power. It could penetrate through the cracks of the wooden boards and make them his. This level of attainment in the Tao of Arrays, and this level of ambition, he wants to take the entire array for himself. Chu Ying. Shen Songsheng had a solemn expression. He inwardly engraved this name in his mind. This was not the first time that Fang Yuan had used Refinement Rain Killer move. This move used rank 8 Water Refinement Immortal GU as the core. Fang Yuan used many supplementary GU worms to conceal his rank 8 aura, pretending to be rank 7. After rebirth, he annexed Lang Ya sect and obtained rank 8 Immortal GU Water Refinement, creating this move. Next, he returned to Southern Border and used this killer move to refine Kai Chu Yu's formation, capturing many GU Immortals inside. This time, Fang Yuan used it again. It was also rank 7 aura. With the concealment of the supplementary formation, Shen Songsheng could not see the true essence of rank 8. The power of a rank 8 killer move was extraordinary. The underwater formation was gradually refined by Fang Yuan. The more he refined, the deeper his control over the formation became. With the assistance of the many auxiliary formations outside the formation, everything went smoothly for a time, and he progressed rather quickly. However, after he refined 30% of the formation, Refinement Rain's effect fell drastically. The progress started to slow down. Refinement Rain is only a killer move. Its true effect depends on my understanding of the underwater formation. Fang Yuan had expected this. He was not surprised. He had ample patience. He decided to spend some time here. For Regret GU and the other immortal GU in the formation, this investment was worth it. Originally, he was worried about the other GU immortals. But now, even Shen Songsheng was invited. Fang Yuan was not afraid of the other GU immortals surpassing him. The refinement speed became slower and slower. Finally, Fang Yuan encountered a bottleneck. This was an Earth Path rank 7 immortal GU. Its body was flat like a disc, it was yellowish-brown in color, it had a head and a tail, as well as 4 hook-like tentacles, growing evenly around the disc. This is Territory GU. When a GU immortal plants it deep in the soil, it will emit a mystical power that permeates the soil and spreads outwards. After spreading to the limit, everything in the surrounding 1,000 li will be controlled by the GU immortal. Fang Yuan recognized this GU. Territory GU was very common, especially in the southern border. In many villages, even if they were not skilled in Earth Path, they would think of ways to get a rank 3 or 4 Territory GU. The village would plant this GU underground, and a GU master with high authority would take care of it, greatly increasing their control over the territory. Territory GU was a practical GU worm, but it was very expensive. It was often used by forces. Individual GU masters did not pursue this GU. Territory Immortal GU was kept in Dragon Whale Paradise. This GU was very useful to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this GU worm to manage his immortal aperture. It was very convenient. Fang Yuan could use Territory Immortal GU to adjust the terrain of his territory. Chapter 1918. This is a little troublesome. I need to make some deductions. Everyone, rest for now. Fang Yuan said. The obstacle of Territory GU was not just a problem for Fang Yuan, it was also a problem for the other GU immortals. No matter how they activated the supplementary formation, the power of the supplementary formation could not go any further. The GU immortals started to rest, but they did not forget to talk. He finally encountered a problem. And here I thought that Chu Ying would be able to continue refining it. What a joke! This is a formation created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. How can Chu Ying possibly refine this formation? But if he fails to refine it, what will happen to our mission? That's right, even though Chu Ying is a formation path grandmaster, deductions are a matter of wisdom path. What can he deduce? The GU immortals had complex emotions. On one hand, Fang Yuan encountered a problem, they let out a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was stuck, their benefits were affected too. The GU immortals wanted Fang Yuan to break through this obstacle, but they did not want to see this happen. Alright, I deduced it, let's continue. Fang Yuan said. What? The immortals were surprised, this was too fast. Fang Yuan flew out of the supplementary formation, floating in the sky. To pass this obstacle, the supplementary formation needs to be adjusted. Everyone, don't be in a hurry. Next, he willed as immortal essence was expended rapidly. The supplementary formations started to move according to his will. Some of the supplementary formations moved back while others moved forward, getting closer to the underwater formation. Finally, Miao Mingshen's supplementary formation and Ren Xiaoping's supplementary formation stuck together, becoming one. Fang Yuan said to the two of them, "Next, your supplementary formations will be the main ones, the rest will assist." Miao Mingshen and Ren Xiaoping nodded with complex expressions, to think that they would work together one day. After adjusting the supplementary formation, Fang Yuan entered his supplementary formation again. He was not in a hurry to activate refinement rain, instead, he controlled the immortals in the supplementary formation to activate the supplementary formation according to his method. The power of the auxiliary formation changed. It was like layers of fine sand that were stuck in the cracks of the underwater formation, slowing down its operation. And it was precisely this slight change that gave Fang Yuan the opportunity to take advantage of. Fang Yuan continued to activate refinement rain. A moment later, he successfully refined the territory GU. After passing through this checkpoint, the immortals instantly felt relaxed. The power of the auxiliary array was released, and it rampaged through the array at the bottom of the sea. After penetrating 60% of the formation, it encountered a precipice and came to a halt. Shun Tsung and the rest were in a state of shock. Amazing. I didn't expect Chu Ying to be so powerful. More than half of the underwater formation is going to fall into his hands. The auxiliary formation he designed is extraordinary, it can actually be adjusted. This isn't a fixed formation, but a type of changing formation. Fang Yuan's performance shattered the highest expectations in their hearts and shocked them once again. 3 days and 2 nights later, several Earth Path Immortal GU and a vast number of Mortal GU were successfully refined by Fang Yuan. At this point, 60% of the formation was in Fang Yuan's control. But the remaining 40% is the core of the underwater formation. With just the supplementary formation and myself, I can't break it in a short period of time. Fang Yuan knew his limits. Being able to reach this point was already the limit of his current abilities. After all, this Earth Path formation was personally created by Paradise Earth, and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's Earth Path attainment level was at Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan tried to manipulate the 60% of the refined formation to disrupt the remaining 40% core. Fang Yuan was using the underwater formation to deal with himself. Goo! A moment later, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his soul shook intensely as his expression turned pale. Several supplementary formations including him broke apart, the GU immortals inside fell into the water and cried out in shock, suffering from varying degrees of backlash. Fang Yuan's plan failed. Even though he refined 60% of the formation, it had no effect on the remaining core. As expected of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's work, even after refining most of the formation, the core is still intact. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He sighed to himself and said loudly, "Friends, I am very sorry, I did not see through the profundity of the formation and caused you to get injured." The injured GU immortals shook their heads, expressing that it was fine. In their opinion, it was already incredible that Chu Ying could do this, it far surpassed their expectations. Fang Yuan squinted as he thought, "It seems I can only dismantle the formation now." After resting for a while, he started to dismantle the formation. Because the outer 60% formation was already refined by him, dismantling it was very easy. But this was not a normal dismantling process. Fang Yuan only dismantled 60% of the formation, thus, during this process, GU worms were destroyed from time to time. But the immortal GU inside were well protected by Fang Yuan, he successfully kept them. As for the mortal GU, it was not a pity to destroy a small portion. Miao Mingshen, Ren Xiaoping, and the rest were stunned. When they controlled the supplementary formation earlier, they could not sense the situation inside the formation, they could only vaguely sense it. Right now, Fang Yuan was dismantling the formation right in front of their eyes. They could see what GU worms Fang Yuan obtained. So many GU worms. I saw many lost Earth Path mortal GU, they were created by Paradise Earth when he was still a GU master. There are also immortal GU, oh heavens, there are 8 immortal GU. Most of these immortal GU are rank 7, there are very few rank 6 immortal GU. They were all taken by Chu Ying. That's right, he did not give us any. The GU immortals watched as Fang Yuan took the immortal GU with dazed gazes, some of them were drooling with greed. Most of these immortal GU were Earth Path immortal GU, they were not suitable for them. But immortal GU were unique, they could be exchanged in the future. Tu Tuor's eyes were bloodshot, he was about to spit fire. He was an Earth Path GU immortal, seeing the Earth Path immortal GU being kept by Fang Yuan, his mouth was dry, his heart skipped a few beats. While dismantling the formation, his throat moved, he wanted to speak several times, but he could only swallow his saliva. He wanted to snatch them, but his remaining rationality told him that attacking was the stupidest thing to do. Even a rank 8 like Shen Songsheng could not do anything, not to mention him. Eventually, Tu Tuor could only sigh, he swallowed all sorts of emotions like envy, jealousy, hatred, regret, pity, and so on. His mind worked rapidly, he wanted to obtain these immortal GU. He knew that he was not indispensable, he had to cooperate closely with Chu Ying and display his value. If he could form a good relationship with Chu Ying, he would be able to transact immortal GU with Chu Ying in the future. The only thing that made him happy was that Chu Ying cultivated transformation path and formation path, he did not cultivate earth path. Thus, Chu Ying had a high desire to sell the immortal GU. The pitiful Tu Tuor did not know that Fang Yuan's earth path attainment level was already at Grandmaster, it was even higher than his. Fang Yuan dismantled the formation, the first thing he received was the congratulations of the immortals. Congratulations, congratulations. Chu Ying, you have truly made a huge profit this time. Even though you paid all sorts of immortal materials, you gained a large number of immortal GU. This is truly a huge profit. I won't hide it from you, my saliva is about to drip down. Fellow immortal, your methods are truly outstanding. I can only admire you. Chu Ying, I am Tu Tuor, I am very interested in the Earth Path immortal GU that you have. If you want to sell them in the future, please inform me, I hope that you can trust my sincerity. Fang Yuan thanked them one by one, his mood was very calm. He had too many immortal GU. If he said it out loud, everyone would be shocked to death. The batch of immortal GU that he obtained now was not his biggest gain recently. Earlier in the River of Time, Fang Yuan defeated Celestial Court. Even though he lost the Stone Lotus Island, his gains were huge. He dismantled the 6 immortal GU houses of Celestial Court. Even though many immortal GU were destroyed in the battle, there were still many immortal GU left. For example, the core immortal GU of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, GU Suppression, and Bone Lock, the 2-time path cores of Moment staged 1 instant and that time, the immortal GU of Eternal Yachts Immortal GU Heng, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platforms Early Autumn, Mid-Autumn, and Late Autumn, the immortal GU of Sun and Moon Temples Immortal GU Day and Moon Child. Most of these immortal GU were rank 7, there were even some rank 8. As for Shark Flow Lever's immortal GU, even though they were all destroyed, its construction method was very special, it was a combination of fierce beasts and immortal GU houses. Fang Yuan cleaned up the battlefield, deducing most of Shark Flow Lever's contents from all sorts of clues. This gave him a lot of inspiration. Currently, Fang Yuan's time path clone was already deducing how to fuse the 12 Zodiac battle formation into Myriad Year Flying Warship. Right now, only 40% of the underwater formation was left in front of Fang Yuan's group. If he used Refinement Rain Killer move, the effect would be minimal. The power of the supplementary formation could not penetrate it either. Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort but made no progress. He could see that the remaining underwater formation was like a tortoise shell, its defense was extremely tight. Should I wait for Wu Shui clone to use his strength and raise my Earth Path attainment level, or should I attack directly? Fang Yuan thought about it. He decided to save time and attack directly. After all, he had so many GU immortals around him, it would be a waste if he did not use them. Immediately, he asked most of the GU immortals to attack while he and a few GU immortals continued to control the supplementary formation. Boom boom boom. All sorts of killer moves bombarded the underwater formation, creating huge waves. The formation only had 40% of its original strength left, now that it was being attacked by the immortals, including a rank 8 GU immortal like Shen Songxing. Its operation was obstructed and all sorts of flaws appeared. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He activated the supplementary formation and continued to infiltrate the formation through these flaws. I regret it. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded, assaulting the entire place. What am I doing? I shouldn't have attacked the formation. I regret it so much. Why did I listen to Chu Ying's words? I should not have come to this dragon whale paradise. Now that I am trapped here, I am filled with regret. The immortals stopped attacking one after another, their morale fell, they were all affected by regret GU. Only Fang Yuan was unmoved, his eyes flashed with bright light. The demonic immortal inside the formation has transmitted the power of regret GU, greatly reducing the influence on himself. He wants to escape. Boom boom boom. Loud noises came from the inside of the underwater formation. The formation had flaws to begin with. Right now, many of the flaws expanded and connected into a huge crack. Shen Songxing shouted, temporarily suppressing regret GU's influence on him. His eyes were bloodshot as he attacked the crack in the formation. Immortal killer move, grand explosion, boom. With a loud sound, the formation broke apart as the sealed demonic immortal shot out like a black arrow. Chapter 1919. A change happened right in front of the immortals. Shen Songxing got close to the mysterious demonic immortal with an excited expression. Finally, I have finally met you, Ancestor Shenshong, Shen Songxing said with a trembling voice. His true motive in coming here was to save his ancestor Shenshong. Shenshong was the most outstanding GU immortal in Shen clan. He had outstanding talent and was publicly recognized. In fact, when he was only a rank 6 GU immortal, a Wisdom Path rank 8 great expert said that he was the 100 years Eastern immortal leader, half a Venerable in terms of talent, implying that if Shenshong cultivated to rank 8 in a few hundred years, he would definitely be the leader of Eastern Sea's GU immortals. His talent was peerless, comparable to half a Venerable. However, Shenshong chased after strength and gradually fell into the demonic path, committing many crimes. The clan cherished his talent. Even though they punished him, they were lenient and even shielded him. Shenshong continued to commit crimes. He became more and more unrestrained. He was a righteous path GU immortal on the surface, but he was a demon on the inside. Eastern Sea's GU immortal world was kept in the dark. He and Shen clan concealed it, but they could not hide it from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable took action and suppressed him, but he did not expose his identity. Shen clan did not dare to announce it. They could only announce that Shenshong had died from tribulation. After Shen Songxing captured Guo Fangjing, Celestial Court contacted him, telling him about Shenshong and ransoming Guo Fangjing. Shen Songxing thus learned that Shenshong was still alive and was sealed in Dragon Whale Paradise. To enter Dragon Whale Paradise, Shen Songxing mobilized all of Shen clan's forces to investigate and search in secret. Coincidentally, at this time, Ren Xiaoping attacked Miao Mingshen's group and leaked some clues about the blue dragon whale. Shen clan obtained this information and sent Shen Songxing personally to force Ren Xiaoping to surrender. He learned that Miao Mingshen could find the location of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshen gathered the 8 immortals and headed towards the blue dragon whale to search for Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Shen Songxing and Ren Xiaoping had already gotten the news and followed them secretly. This was what led to the subsequent series of developments. Shen Songxing came to Dragon Whale Paradise and tried all ways to find Shenshong's location. After several missions, Shen clan's GU immortal Shen Qi found the clue of regret crying sea. Shen Songsheng guessed that the devil immortal in the crying sea of regret was most likely Shen Shong. However, his joy did not last long before he received a shocking piece of bad news. Chu Ying had actually accepted the mission and was about to kill Shen Shong. This shocked Shen Songsheng, and he hurriedly contacted Fang Yuan. He pretended to tell Fang Yuan that he wanted to search for echo worms, and he gave Fang Yuan a large amount of immortal materials to display his sincerity. Because of this, Fang Yuan also brought Shen Songsheng to the Sea of Regret. Shen Songsheng had been hiding in the dark, restraining himself until the very last moment. Only then did he make a move and rescue Shen Shong. Other than Shen clan's GU immortals, everyone else was stunned by this sudden change. Shortly after, Miao Ming-shen and the rest had grim expressions, their hearts sank to rock bottom. Shen Songsheng was a rank 8 GU immortal to begin with, and now, he had Shen Shong as well. Shen Shong was also a rank 8, back then. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had personally suppressed him. He definitely had extraordinary battle strength. With Shen Shong, Shen clan's strength rose sharply. Not only in terms of the current forces in Dragon Whale Paradise, but even in the entire Eastern Sea, this was a shocking change. In the current Eastern Sea Righteous Path, Shen clan became the only superforce that had 2 rank 8 GU immortals. Shen clan also became the strongest force in Eastern Sea. This influence was huge, it brought countless benefits to Shen clan. Back then, when Celestial Court exposed this secret, it was no wonder that Shen Songsheng was moved. He immediately released Fangjing, ignoring Fang Yuan's Qixi ancestors' hint to hand Fangjing to him. "You are a descendant of my Shen clan?" Shen Shong floated in the air, looking at Shen Songsheng. His eyes shined with bright light as he nodded. "That's right. You are a member of my Shen clan." "What year is it now?" Shen Shong's voice was hoarse. It was even more unpleasant than the cawing of a crow. He wore a grey robe that was tattered, his face was pale and his hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot. Peak rank 8 aura emanated from his body, it was extremely powerful. Shen Songsheng answered his question, telling him that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had died long ago. So much time has passed. Shen Shong sighed. Lord Paradise Earth passed away in the end. Sigh. His attitude towards Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was a little strange. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, but he still addressed Paradise Earth as Lord. After Shen Shong sighed, he looked at Fang Yuan and the other immortals on the sea surface. He looked around and understood the situation. He smiled with his hands behind his back. "Good, it seems that my Shen clan has many geniuses." Next, his gaze focused on Fang Yuan. He said in a gentle tone, "Young friend, I was able to escape because of you. You have contributed a lot. You have made great contributions to my Shen clan. Are you willing to join Shen clan and become an external Supreme Elder?" He actually wanted to recruit Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan indeed had the value to be recruited. Just a formation path Grandmaster was what Shen clan needed. And from his formation path attainment and age, it was not impossible for him to become a formation path Great Grandmaster in this lifetime. Shen Songsheng cupped his fists at Fang Yuan. He added, "Chu Ying, I lied to you earlier because I had no choice. Saving ancestor Shen Shong is extremely important to my Shen clan. I hope you can understand." Fang Yuan nodded. He had a calm expression. There was even a hint of a smile on his lips. "Of course I understand. If I were in your shoes, I would have done the same. But Shen clan is recruiting me." He. Fang Yuan smiled as he shook his head. Shen Songsheng said coldly, "Chu Ying, what do you mean by that smile?" Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. "What ability does your Shen clan have to recruit me? You are not worthy." Shen Songsheng's gaze turned cold. His Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. It had 7 large sea areas and thousands of small and medium sea areas. It even had 2 rank 8s now. With such strength, they were not worthy of recruiting a lone immortal like you. Chu Ying, don't be arrogant. My Shen clan is recruiting you because ancestor Shen Shong is magnanimous. Don't think too highly of yourself. Shen Xiao, Shen Qi, and the rest spoke. They flew out of the supplementary formation and met up with Shen Shong and Shen Songsheng. Shen Shong's bloodshot eyes shined with killing intent. He stared at Fang Yuan and said coldly, "Chu Ying, right? I need to remind you, you were brought here by the merit obelisk, you are restricted by Paradise Earth's methods, you cannot attack each other. But I have been trapped here for countless years, I am not restricted by the merit obelisk, any one of you can be attacked by me. The expressions of Miao Mingshun and the rest changed, their worst fears had come true. What should they do? Right when they were at a loss, they heard Fang Yuan's loud laughter. Next, they saw Fang Yuan beckoning Shen Huai, who was in the air, with a provocative expression. Miao Mingshun and the rest were dumbfounded. Was this bravery or stupidity? They could not tell for a moment. Shen Huai's eyes shined with blood-red light, he lowered his voice and said furiously, "You are courting death, go and die." Saying so, he opened his mouth as a blood-colored sound wave shot towards Fang Yuan in the shape of a sphere. The sound wave was extremely fast, at the next moment, it tore through the sky and landed on the supplementary formation. Boom! The supplementary formation crumbled instantly, it could not even last for a second. With an intense explosion, a huge wave soared to the sky, it was tens of feet tall. Before the wave landed, the aftermath of the explosion swept the surroundings. Miao Mingshun and the rest had to fly into the air and evacuate their respective supplementary formations. All of the supplementary formations were destroyed in the aftermath. Miao Mingshun and the rest had ashen expressions, they were extremely unsightly. Shun Shong's attack was definitely at rank 8 level, it was extremely powerful. In their eyes, there was little hope of Chu Ying surviving. In fact, they had already forgotten about what happened to Chu Ying, they were more worried about themselves. Because Shun Shong had used his actions to prove his words, he could really attack Miao Mingshun and the rest. Ancestor is so impressive. Shun Tsongsheng squinted, he knew the inside story. Shun Shong's main cultivation path was not sound path, the sound path method he used earlier was not his true strength. Chu Ying is dead for sure. It's good that he is dead, I have not liked him for a long time. That's right, he only has rank 7 cultivation level. But he is arrogant because he knows more about Dragon Whale Paradise, he does not care about us at all. He dares to provoke a rank 8, this person really does not know how to write the word death. Shen Xiao suddenly stuttered as he said this. The waves that soared to the sky fell down heavily, stirring up another huge wave. Amidst the water vapor that filled the air, a boat that shone with a silvery white radiance appeared before the immortal's eyes. Chu Ying stood proudly at the head of the boat with his arms behind his back. He still had a slight smile on his face. Shen Huai saw this and his pupils shrunk, he could not help but exclaim, "Rank 8 Immortal GU House?" The other GU Immortals were all stunned. They were so familiar with this Immortal GU House, no, who in the current GU Immortals of the 5 regions did not know about it? This is Myriad Year Flying Warship. Ren Xiaoping gasped as his scalp turned numb. Chu Ying actually has Myriad Year Flying Warship. Who is he? Shen Xiao was tongue-tied. The immortal's gazes were fixed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan slowly dispelled familiar face, revealing his true appearance. Seeing his true appearance, the immortals' hearts jumped, their expressions changed. Immortal Hua Dai even shouted in shock, "It is Fang Yuan." She was too shocked, she had always felt that Fang Yuan was high and mighty, far away from them. But such a person had actually appeared beside her long ago. It was too unbelievable. It is Fang Yuan. Shen Clan's GU Immortals gritted their teeth, some of them drew in sharp breaths. So that's it. Miao Mingshun gulped as he gulped. So Chu Ying was Fang Yuan in disguise. I was wondering why such a powerful lone immortal suddenly appeared in Eastern Sea. So it was Fang Yuan. What kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had inherited a venerable inheritance, he was a shocking character that could not be evaluated with common sense. No wonder Chu Ying had such shocking attainment in transformation path and formation path. And this was only a small part of Fang Yuan's strength. Everything made sense now. Shun Tsongsheng's expression was pale, he gritted his teeth, in just a short moment, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. So it was the demon Fang Yuan. No wonder he had such an attitude, showing such disdain towards my Shen clan and my 2 rank 8s. Serves him right. Shun Tsongsheng's mental state immediately calmed down. His anger from being looked down upon by Chu Ying earlier dissipated into thin air. Fang Yuan even dared to provoke the celestial court, he even dared to kill them. What could a mere Shen clan do to him? After the anger dissipated, what followed was anxiety and fear. I actually ran into Fang Yuan, I actually kicked such a huge iron plate. Shen Songsheng sighed inwardly, his clan's luck was terrible, why did they run into him? At this moment, rank 8 strength could not make Shen Songsheng feel confident, he was panicking internally. At this time, Shen Songsheng heard Shen Shong's question, who is Fang Yuan? Shen Songsheng looked at Shen Shong, Shen Shong had a confused expression. He was very strange. This GU immortal in front of him clearly had rank 7 cultivation level, it was just that he had changed his appearance. Why were they so afraid of him? Shen Shong also looked at Shen Songsheng, his gaze carried some reproach, as if he was saying, you are a grand rank 8, you are actually afraid of a rank 7, what are you afraid of? Even though Fang Yuan had revealed his true appearance, he did not expose his rank 8 aura, he was still concealing it. Shen Songsheng blinked his eyes, his heart was trembling. How could he not be afraid? Fang Yuan was a person, how could he be measured by cultivation? He even dared to trample on the Celestial Court, he had destroyed all 6 of Celestial Court's immortal GU houses, he was a ruthless character who killed wave after wave of Celestial Court GU immortal. He was ruthless and crafty, even the Celestial Court could not do anything to him. Chapter 1920. By now, Fang Yuan was no longer the same as he was in the past. The Celestial Court gave him a reputation and prestige that shook the world. Even though he only had rank 7 cultivation level, he could already make rank 8 GU immortals in the world feel fear. Ancestor. Shen Songsheng handed an information path mortal GU to Shen Shong, it contained all the information he knew about Fang Yuan. Shen Shong received the mortal GU and scanned it with his divine sense, he had a completely different expression when he looked at Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan? Even the Celestial Court can't do anything to you, ha ha ha, interesting. Shen Shong's eyes shone with blood-red light as he laughed wildly. To think that a person like you would appear in this world, this is great, this way. I won't feel lonely anymore. Saying so, an aura surged out of his body, filling heaven and earth and shaking people's souls. Fang Yuan's information not only did not make Shen Shong wary, it even raised his fighting spirit. Seeing Shen Shong's performance, Shen Songsheng suddenly felt a sense of confidence. I might not be Fang Yuan's match, but with Ancestor Shen Shong here, he is not an ordinary rank 8 GU immortal. With him here, the outcome of the battle is still unknown. Just as he was thinking, a silver light shot out and filled Shen Songsheng's eyes. Damn it! The alarm in Shen Songsheng's mind rang wildly as he quickly retreated. At the next moment, myriad year flying warship whistled past, drawing a beautiful rainbow in the sky. If Shen Songsheng had stayed on the spot for even a breath's time, he would have been directly hit by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songsheng did not dare to imagine such an outcome. This was the advantage of immortal GU houses. Activating immortal killer moves would waste time, but directly mobilizing the immortal GU house to fly around was an attack method that could take effect instantly. Myriad year flying warship flew over again. Fang Yuan dispatched the myriad year flying warship and ignored Shen Songsheng, only looking for trouble with Shen Shong. Of course, Shen Shong did not dare to use his body to test the might of myriad year flying warship. For a moment, he was chased around by myriad year flying warship. Shen Songsheng and the Shen clan GU immortals wanted to help, but they awkwardly found that they could not attack Fang Yuan. Damn it! Shen Songsheng gritted his teeth. In this way, the advantage that the Shen family had in numbers could not be brought into play and could only sit and watch as Fang Yuan and Shen Shong fought. As for Miao Mingshen and the rest, they naturally did not dare to get involved in such a battle and had already retreated to a corner of the battlefield. Shen Huai, as an ancestor of the Shen family, do you only have the ability to run around? Fang Yuan entered the myriad year flying warship and mocked loudly. Even inside myriad year flying warship, he was still restricted by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Fang Yuan had many subordinates but he could not let them out. Myriad year flying warship could only be controlled by him. If he could let his subordinates out, he would have a greater advantage in numbers than Shen clan. Mph, Junior, you are too arrogant. Shen Huai was provoked by Fang Yuan's words. He stopped in the air and used an immortal killer move. Shen Huai's flying attainment was extremely high and he was extremely fast. He could directly circle around myriad-year flying warship. While he was escaping, he had been preparing his killer move. He finally used it now. Immortal killer move, Night Song. A mournful song quickly spread throughout the battlefield. The sadness contained in it was like a tidal wave that flooded everyone's hearts. The song had a slow rhythm. It was mainly sung by the human voice, accompanied by the sounds of drums and zither. It was simple yet sorrowful. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang, who were at the edge of the battlefield, heard it and started crying. Miao Ming Shen, Ren Xiuping, and the rest also had sorrowful expressions. They could not control their emotions. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Myriad-year flying warship shined brightly as it blocked the power of Night Song for him. But Shen Shong had already achieved his goal. He activated Night Song not to deal with the GU immortals in the battlefield, but to create an environment for the battlefield. The song enveloped the sea and sky. Traces of dusk mist spread out from the sound waves and spread throughout the battlefield. After a few breaths of time, the entire regret-crying sea area turned pitch black. The GU immortals were trapped here. They could not even see their own fingers. Their ears were filled with the mournful night song. Their morale plummeted. If they continued to listen, they would be slaughtered. Even though Fang Yuan was not affected much, the surroundings were pitch black. He lost his target. Fang Yuan immediately used investigative methods to sense Shen Shong's location. Shen Shong seemed to have sensed it. He laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you fell for it. Saying so, he activated another killer move, Sentimental Sorrow. Fang Yuan grunted. He was actually hit by the move. He could not help but feel shocked. He quickly recognized, this is a human path killer move. No wonder my myriad-year flying warship could not defend against it. Immortal GU houses had both offense and defense. They could give the GU immortal strong defense and were very safe. But this defense was not without shortcomings. When Fang Yuan designed myriad-year flying warship, he considered most paths, but human path was his shortcoming. He did not have human path Grandmaster attainment level back then. By the time he reached this attainment level, myriad-year flying warship had already been constructed. The situation was already set. He could only make minor adjustments and could not improve it greatly. One of the main reasons was that Fang Yuan lacked a human path immortal GU that specialized in defense. Shen Shong definitely has a high-rank human path immortal GU. After Fang Yuan was hit, he immediately understood a portion of the enemy's details. In terms of information, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He did not know much about Shen Shong, but Shen Shong was familiar with Fang Yuan's information. Fang Yuan had trump cards, of course, like rank 8 cultivation level, 5 restriction profound light chi, and so on. But he planned to hide these methods. He did not want to expose them now. In this dragon whale paradise, Fang Yuan could not attack Shen Songsheng, Miao Ming Shen, and Ren Xiuping. If they learned of these secrets, once they left this paradise, they would easily spread outside. Thus, Fang Yuan wanted to use the methods that he had already exposed to fight the enemy. Immortal killer move, Daybreak Sword. Myriad-year flying warship's aura surged as it shot out a dazzling white light. The water of the river of time surged out from the silver-white light, and traces of silver light were reflected from the water. The silver light quickly condensed into the shape of sharp swords that shot out. The flying swords whistled past, flying towards Shen Shong. Daybreak Sword was a genuine rank 8 killer move with unparalleled power, but Shen Shong laughed loudly when he saw the flying swords. He did not dodge. The silver-white flying swords landed on his body. Shen Shong's body surged with a mystical aura. His life was not taken away, but he was covered in injuries. But soon, the injuries all over his body disappeared, and they turned into Dao scars. Amazing. The clan's records were not wrong. Ancestor Shen Shong was most skilled in healing methods. Shen Songsheng saw this and sighed inwardly. When Shen Shong was young, he was a healer. When he was a GU master, he started to roam Eastern Sea. and because of his powerful and unique healing methods, he quickly became famous. And because he was kind and charitable, he often helped the poor without charging any fees. He was praised by people and was warmly welcomed wherever he went. Because he had built up such a reputation when he was young, he secretly fell into depravity and committed all sorts of demonic acts, but Eastern Sea's GU immortals did not link these crimes to him. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan squinted, feeling something amiss. This healing method is another human path method. Under normal circumstances, when a GU immortal was injured, their wounds would have dense Dao marks of different kinds. They were hard to heal. But Shen Shong had human path methods. He healed himself very quickly and efficiently. The flying swords continued to shoot, and many of them pierced through his body. But these wounds were healed almost instantly. Immortal killer move, mutual destruction. Shen Shong saw that the time was ripe. He activated the killer move that he had been preparing. Inside myriad-year flying warship, Fang Yuan grunted as 100 wounds appeared on his body. They burst open and blood splattered everywhere. The wounds were filled with human path Dao marks. These Dao marks quickly spread out from the wounds and connected to each other. Alarm bells rang in Fang Yuan's mind. These human path Dao marks were like ropes hanging around his neck. If they increased in scale, Fang Yuan's life would be in danger. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan first activated a wisdom path killer move. In an instant, thoughts burst out in his mind like fireworks. All sorts of thoughts collided, gathered, and melted. Shen Shong's method is strange. He can actually bypass myriad-year flying warship and directly injure me. Such a terrifying killer move. His human path attainment level is definitely higher than mine. He is likely a human path quasi-supreme grandmaster. Any killer move needs to be able to sense the target before it can take effect. How did he sense me? Right, the Night Song killer move earlier was just a trap to lure me to investigate him. And he followed the connection of this investigation and sensed me instead. Everything in the world interacted with each other. When a fist hits the sand, a dent will appear on the sand. The fist will also be stained with sand and mud. Earlier, when Eastern Sea Wisdom Path GU Immortal Hua and tried to deduce Fang Yuan used this connection to deduce Hua and situation instead. Not long ago, Celestial Court's GU Immortals used the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation to seal the Stone Lotus Island. It was because of this seal that Fang Yuan was able to use this connection to destroy the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. Right now, Shen Shong used Fang Yuan's investigative connection to sense Fang Yuan. It was the same logic. In just half a breath of time, Fang Yuan had already figured it out. He immediately took action, controlling myriad-year flying warship to retreat while dispersing the daybreak flying swords. At the same time, he started to prepare a healing killer move, preparing to use it on himself. His reaction was so fast that even Shen Shong was slightly stunned. At the next moment, this demonic immortal who was personally suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable laughed loudly with a trace of madness. Fang Yuan, you think you will be fine if you don't attack me? Ha ha ha, watch carefully. Saying so, he activated a killer move again. He spread his fingers and pressed his palm on his chest. Immortal killer move, light injury. Shen Shong grunted. He was hit by his own killer move. His expression turned pale. Chapter 1921. Non-conflicting Dao marks. The sovereign immortal body's advantage was also its greatest flaw. It was exposed at this moment. All along, Fang Yuan had been avoiding this flaw, but now, Shen Shong's killer move was too strange. It was hard to defend against. Who could have thought that Night Song killer move was just a trap? Shen Shong was being chased by myriad-year flying warship. It was normal for him to use this killer move to conceal himself. If Fang Yuan did not use investigative methods, he could only let Shen Shong hide in the darkness. His attacks would stagnate. The human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's wounds were increasing rapidly. The light injuries that landed on Shen Shong also affected Fang Yuan because of the mutual injury killer move. And on Fang Yuan, because of the non-conflicting Dao marks, the light injuries turned into heavy injuries. But thankfully, all sorts of healing killer moves in the world could be fully used on Fang Yuan. Immediately, a powerful healing method was used on himself. Fang Yuan instantly recovered. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shun Shong laughed sinisterly. He started to mutilate himself again. He used much more strength than before. Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. His vision turned dark as his 7 orifices started to bleed. No. In terms of healing methods, I cannot compare to Shun Shong. I need to find another way. Fang Yuan realized as determination appeared on his face. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Immortal killer move, heavy injuries. Shun Shong continued to mutilate himself. He gradually went crazy. He laughed loudly as blood splattered out of his mouth. He heavily injured himself but quickly recovered before continuing. This rare battle method made the spectating GU immortals dumbfounded. Miao Ming Shun and the rest had ugly expressions. They were very worried. Shun Clan's GU immortals were extremely excited. Even though they did not see Fang Yuan's situation, the flying swords disintegrated on their own. Myriad-year flying warship continued to retreat. Ancestor Shun Shong actually forced Fang Yuan to retreat. Amazing. Shun Songsheng was extremely excited. He could already see the rise of Shun Clan. Miao Ming Shun's eyes shined brightly as he thought, not good. Even though Fang Yuan had myriad-year flying warship, Shun Shong's attacks seemed to be able to bypass this immortal GU house. It countered Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is only a rank 7 after all, while Shun Shong is a genuine rank 8. Gui Chi Yi, Tu Tu Tuor, and the rest were very confused. This Shun Shong was suppressed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It is not normal for him to live until now. What makes me even more confused is that he does not seem to lack immortal GU. Back then, when Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed him, did he not take away or destroy his GU worms? At this moment, Shun Shong's maniacal laughter suddenly stopped. A look of shock and confusion appeared on his face. His sense of Fang Yuan was rapidly weakening. How did Fang Yuan do it? How could he be able to break through his technique so quickly? Immortal killer move, self-cleansing. Self-cleansing could gradually remove the harmful Dao marks on one's body. Fang Yuan used this immortal GU and killer move to quickly remove the human path Dao marks on his body. Shun Shong's eyes flickered with a bloody light. He mutilated himself even more intensely to increase the number of human path Dao marks on Fang Yuan's body. As long as a trace of human path Dao mark remained on Fang Yuan's body, he would be able to sense Fang Yuan and bypass myriad-year flying warship to continue attacking Fang Yuan. But at this time, Fang Yuan had already stabilized the situation. Myriad-year flying warship flew closer as Fang Yuan's voice came from within. It is my turn, Shun Shong. 12 Zodiac Ancient Battle Formation. Boom. With a loud sound, the huge grey stone giant appeared again. The giant was extremely fast. It opened its arms and grabbed at Shun Shong. Shun Shong squinted as he snorted coldly, retreating rapidly as he tried to pull some distance from the giant. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, the grey stone giant only captured Shun Shong and did not attack him. The grey stone giant's offense was extremely powerful. Even though it could not compare to the River of Time here, it was still at the peak of rank 8. Most importantly, its fighting method was to capture. It did not want to kill or injure Shun Shong. It made Shun Shong retreat immediately. The battle entered a stalemate. Shun Shong dodged the 12 Zodiac battle formation while activating his killer move to mutilate himself. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled myriad-year flying warship while healing himself and using self-cleansing to remove the trace Dao marks on his body. Myriad-year flying warship and the grey stone giant cooperated, chasing and intercepting Shun Shong. Shun Shong was already having a hard time dodging myriad-year flying warship. Now that there was a grey stone giant, he fell into a disadvantage. Whenever he was about to be captured, Shun Shong would let out a loud roar. The sound waves would explode and create a path for him. Both sides fought back and forth in the battlefield. The shockwaves affected Miao Ming Shun and the rest, as well as the Shun clan immortals. Immortal Hua Dai and Feng Jiang were the first to fall. They were teleported away from the battlefield. Next were Tong Hua, Tu Tu Tuor, Gui Chi Yi, and the rest. After them were the Shun clan immortals, Miao Ming Shun, and Ren Xiaoping. Eventually, only Shun Songsheng was left in the battlefield. Not everyone was qualified to watch the battle of rank 8s. Shen Songsheng's expression became increasingly ugly. The battle was tilting towards Fang Yuan. Shen Shong's situation was getting worse. In contrast, Fang Yuan was becoming more composed. This child has deep wisdom path attainment, he has many thoughts in his mind, he is multitasking. In this aspect, I am too far behind. Shen Shong gritted his teeth. At this point, he felt like he had fallen into a swamp. He struggled with all his might but was sinking deeper and deeper. The battle was already out of his control. Suddenly, Fang Yuan walked out of the cabin and appeared at the bow of the ship. He pointed at Shen Shong and unleashed a time path killer move. Shen Shong was caught off guard, he could not dodge. After getting hit by this move, his movements immediately slowed down, his time flow was slowed down by half. The grey stone giant took the chance to grab Shen Shong and slowly retracted its hand. Shen Shong laughed loudly, his hair fluttered in the wind, his eyes were red but he had no fear. Go ahead and kill me. Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he ordered the grey stone giant. The latter's hands formed a 10-finger cage that bound Shen Shong tightly, making him unable to move for the moment. After understanding Shen Shong's offensive method, Fang Yuan was able to find a way to deal with it. But the restriction did not harm him, it was harmless to him. Shen Shong struggled and screamed in a frenzy, but he could not break free. Shen Songsheng saw that the situation was bad and wanted to save him, but he suffered a backlash once again. He was restrained by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's methods. I finally succeeded. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. Shen Shong lived up to his status, he was able to force Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable to suppress him personally, he was indeed quite capable. His methods were strange and unpredictable, they were hard to guard against. Fang Yuan also fell into a disadvantage for a while. Of course, Fang Yuan controlled a portion of the battle, all of his trump cards were still in his hands. Even in the worst-case scenario, Fang Yuan could still teleport back to the starting island. With this guarantee, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. Ah! Shen Shong screamed, his expression was distorted. Fang Yuan started to frown. Shen Shong's current state was a little strange, he was laughing and struggling intensely, but he did not use any immortal killer moves. At the next moment, his bloodshot eyes turned pitch black, the darkness spread rapidly until it filled his entire eye sockets. With a soft sound, a lump of black fire suddenly burned on his body. Within the fire, Shen Shong's body shook intensely like he was suffering from epilepsy, saliva flowed out of his mouth as he bared his fangs and claws, screaming like a wild beast. The black fire on Shen Shong's body was not eye-catching, but when it spread to the grey stone giant's hands, the grey stone giant roared in pain as it was burned. His hands started to melt after coming into contact with the black fire, they were completely defenseless against this strange black fire. Fang Yuan's gaze turned even colder, the black fire was strange and powerful, it was beyond his imagination. Seeing that the situation was bad, Fang Yuan immediately deactivated the ancient battle formation. The grey stone giant vanished, and 12 immemorial year beasts appeared in the air. 2 of the immemorial year beasts lost their minds after coming into contact with the black fire, they rolled around in the air as they screamed in pain, struggling with all their might. The surviving 10 immemorial year beasts seemed to have seen their natural predator. Once they regained their freedom, they scattered in all directions in fear, getting as far away from the black fire as possible. Fang Yuan and Shen Songsheng frowned deeply, their expressions grim. This lump of black fire was too strange, they could not find out what path this black fire belonged to. At the same time, the two felt an intense sense of threat, this sense of threat even made their scalps go numb. The black fire was like the natural enemy of all life forms. The 2 immemorial year beasts were already covered in the fire, they screamed as they fell from the sky. Fang Yuan had a strong premonition that once these 2 immemorial year beasts fell into the sea, the black fire would cause an even greater tragedy. But he did not make a move, instead controlling myriad year flying warship to retreat. Shen Shong, who was no longer restrained by the grey stone giant, floated in the air, still laughing wildly like a madman. Shen Songsheng called out to his ancestor a few times, but Shen Shong turned a deaf ear. Seeing this strange situation, Shen Songsheng also began to wisely retreat. Just as the two immemorial year beasts were about to touch the sea surface, a platinum pillar of light suddenly shot out from the underwater formation, supporting the two immemorial year beasts and raising them up. The remaining 40% of the underwater formation let out an unprecedented roar, operating at full power. The platinum pillar of light fiercely expanded, enveloping Shenshong. The black fire continued to burn on Shenshong and the two immemorial year beasts, but the platinum pillar of light firmly imprisoned them. Such a change stunned Shenshong. Fang Yuan suddenly made a move, the daybreak swords flew out again, piercing through the platinum pillar of light and stabbing Shenshong. Stop! Seeing his ancestor being attacked by Fang Yuan, Shenshong shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan sneered, the flying swords became even more ferocious. This strange black fire was clearly extremely dangerous. This could be seen from the fact that the underwater formation took the initiative to attack, as if it was afraid of the sea water touching the black fire. Shenshong could only watch helplessly. Fang Yuan had a thought. The flying swords flew out in two groups, attacking his immemorial year beasts. The black fire continued to burn under the attack of the daybreak swords, its momentum decreased by a very small amount. Daybreak swords was a rank 8 killer move, but it was actually almost ineffective. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.